Yeah, let's make sure.
Hi, here I am.
Here we are. All right.
COVID and all.
You said we're live?
Yes, sir.
Okay, everybody, here we go. Okay, welcome to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Today is Tuesday, November 8th. We're running a little late, so it's 4:03. And present at today's meeting are Val Oliver, Kathy Camp, freshly back from Florence, Italy. We have Diane Coombs in on Zoom. I'm Ray Pohl. To my right, Stephen Welch, Terry Thornwell, and Connie Patton. That is our board for the evening. For those of you in the audience, the usual, cell phones off, please, and if you want to record any portion of the meeting, and let us know in advance. Thank you. Those are the only two real restrictions. Okay, first thing we have is to move to approve tonight's agenda.
Mr. Chairman, before you do
let
so,
me know.
there's a few changes on the agenda.
Okay, go.
New business 913, the applicant requested
9:13.
the
Yes.
applicant requested to hold items 1, 2, and 3 till next week.
Okay, and they are actually noted as such on the thing, but for all of you there, those three items are held. That's it?
And
that's
new
all.
business 927,
Yeah.
item number 3, 126R, Main Street new dwelling, to be held till next week.
Okay, all right.
Uh.
Also noted down on here, this is good.
And
Oh, I don't, I just printed my own.
Anything else?
that would be it. Thank you.
That's it. So the agenda actually does reflect those changes because they were noted down as being held till 11:15. I think at a certain point we have to come up with some sort of a policy.
Yeah.
Where we can't delay
Hold them
things
forever.
indefinitely, for whatever reason, because I think it does a tremendous disservice to a number of people, ourselves included, neighbors included. That is something that we should take up. I have a lot of thoughts that I would like to hear the thoughts of my fellow board members on that as well.
I concur.
You're going to get an opportunity.
Is it on?
Three strike.
HTC OFC best practices recommendations is going to bring this up, which is discussions.
You
Yeah,
ask and
right.
you shall receive.
Okay, so let's see. Now, I still need a motion to approve tonight's modified agenda, if you want to call it that.
I'm
Motion.
not on. I just, okay. Sorry,
I can't
Terry.
do
I was.
I can't put it on.
I had turned the mic was off.
Oh, I have to
never
So
turned it
you don't
about
have to
that,
hear.
too.
Never mind. I thought you had a little
Yeah.
on. Diane, is that you talking? Okay, never mind. All right, so can we have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So
So
moved.
moved. moved.
Abby beat you to it, Diane. So on that motion,
Oh.
because we're Zoom, you all guys know the rules, we got to do roll call. So Val on the motion.
Aye.
Diane on the motion.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen on the motion.
Aye.
Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Can somebody, I can barely hear Diane. Can somebody work on her mic? Thank you. Very, very good. Okay. So here we are. Discussion items, matters pertaining to the reinstating advisory boards. Well, just so that you all know, and for any of you that don't know, the letter did go to the select board. It is up for discussion November. Yeah, okay. So that's the status of that. Is there anything else that needs to be said on that?
It's up for discussion on when in November?
Next week, next
You
Wednesday.
don't know. Next Wednesday.
I'll see.
Okay.
That's good, Diane?
Yeah, I just wanted to put it down so that we can have it in our list. Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. Abby?
No, yeah, I was away and I listened to the YouTube of the meeting and I thought you guys handled it really well and thoroughly. And I'm glad you sort of batted it back and forth because it seems like you came to a really good conclusion and I was happy with that.
Did you watch the Italian dubbed version, or were you watching it with the subtitles?
No, I got the real.
You got the real
McCoy.
deal. Okay. Okay, so then I think that we can lay that matter to rest until next Wednesday. And we'll see what happens at SB. Now we have HCC, OFC best practice recommendations. Honestly, I don't remember who put this on the agenda. Was that you, Stephen, perchance?
Yes.
Okay. You want to lead out the discussion?
Sure. So your organizational focus committee has had best practices on its mind for quite some time. At meetings, OFC meetings, we discuss these, and we do have a few that have been bantied about. Actually, we have more than a few. One of them, I'm going to lead in with a couple that we'd like to put out there. That grade changes greater than 2 feet require a cross section on any affected area.
Like that.
Let's see, incomplete applications are not accepted by staff. We envision that this is a triage type of a thing, and we believe that it's not as simple as simply saying, by fiat, this is how it'll be. I think we need to try and work through the matter with staff and resources. Basically, some type of a checklist. There is a checklist, but the initial checklist is addressed when the application intake, and if there's a question about its completeness, it gets bumped up to maybe a more experienced level staff person. And then that way they can take a look at it, because not every application requires every item on the checklist.
True.
But so that's one that's a little bit of a slow roll. We just want to put it on the radar for discussion.
Steve,
Yep.
sorry, would you say that when we talked about it, it's anything that doesn't have a link that we can see prior to the meeting?
Well, that was another one,
Okay.
is that all applications get posted.
Oh, I see. You have no place to sit down. No. Let the record reflect that Jesse Dutra has just joined us. He has to stand for the rest of the meeting, but,
Yes.
oh, here, Jesse. Okay, sorry for the interruption.
No, that's fine. So one of the other aspects of a complete application is just simply what staff has implemented and been taking care of and maintaining, which is that the application gets posted for preview. Since we are going digital in the relatively near future, to cut down on the amount of time it takes to review applications, simply processing paperwork here at the desk, having these files in a digital format in advance of the meeting would seem to be required for an application to be considered complete. The idea, again, of having the tablets at the table is every individual members can zoom in on a particular page, look at information, see heights, so on and so forth. Part and parcel of that solution is that the digital formatted images come in and they are, in an orderly fashion, right side up, legible, which is to say people understand who submit these to print them or save them as a PDF at a legible dots per inch DPI, so on and so forth. So a little bit of discussion, I think, at a staff level, but very easily accomplished. The easiest is to vote on is the first one I mentioned, which is the grade change. Greater than 2 feet, grade change requires a cross section of any affected area. We would suggest that be voted on and become a standard rule And since we might append something like that to the tail end, for lack of a better location at the moment, to the agenda. Go ahead.
To the agenda or to the checklist?
Actually, to the checklist for sure, but we might reference for ease of motions. Say when we're transitioning this in, we might have just a key at the bottom of the agenda that as an abbreviation, like we have NTW is natural to weather. We might have something that addresses cross sections. Like we refer to fences by a type 1 or a type 2, so that we can actually then begin to just refer to it simply.
Okay, but
All right.
for the purpose of this discussion, we could actually, I believe we could vote that through, the instituting the policy of any application with a grade change of greater than 2 feet has to have cross sections through the site. That we could just vote as a board,
Can I say
as
something?
policy.
On your, could
I would just say that what we'd want to do for all of these is, we don't have to have a public hearing to institute these regulations.
We
but-
are having a
but-
public hearing right now.
But it would be beneficial to have a public meeting where we just list them out and vote them.
Okay,
Okay,
fair
that's
enough. I mean, the sooner the better.
But yes, to your question, we could just make it a regulation.
Right. But that's not the sum total of everything that you want to discuss.
No, I've got a couple others. I'm just
Okay, I
kind of
hope
going
so.
through them. This
Yeah,
was
all right.
just a first blush.
Oh, go,
Abby, go ahead.
yes.
On that note,
Comments on that.
we would want a cross-section of existing situation and then what they plan to do with,
Mhm.
if there was.
Yeah.
So that you can
Yeah.
readily tell
We
what the
don't,
grade change
we
is
don't want a
gonna be.
cross-section after they've maneuvered it, right?
No.
Yeah, and actually, probably in fairness to ourselves, we would want it to be, based on the last existing being something
Yeah.
12 months prior to the date of your application.
Right.
Yeah.
The
No,
way
middle of the
things,
night, moving stuff around.
yeah, things have just it's gotten a little unfortunate. A little bit of latitude, I think, is, you give an inch and they'll raise it a mile.
Right.
Okay, so that's just along the lines of thoughts with those. The other addresses something that that's come up every meeting, and that is when applications aren't heard because the applicant backs out of the hearing. I believe that there's very good reason for people to be able to want to reschedule. I don't think that we should be in a position where we're saying you can't do that. However, we do need to be able to have some consistency. If we're going to pare down the length of our agenda, we need to know well in advance. So part of the recommendation is going to be that if you don't reschedule when you will be heard sometime in the future, if you're on the list to be heard at a meeting and you don't call in the office to reschedule it before the agenda is posted, then you would go to the end of the line. Now, the problem with that is that that recommendation was thought up when we had a full list of all the applications that have been put in to be heard. You'll see in front of us today a pared down agenda. So it makes it a little more difficult because someone may not know when they're on for the agenda because they're not on the long list agenda. Do you understand what I mean? If from week to week now, it's going to be more difficult for people to understand where they are in the queue.
Can I sort of maybe make a little riff on what you're saying?
Yeah, please.
Because I understand that. Now, it's in red, bold type at the very beginning of the agenda now that says that this is what the chair reasonably anticipates to be heard during the course of this one meeting. So people are going to have to get used to the fact that when they see, a 3-page agenda, that's not the sum total of the things that are waiting in the queue. So, and most of the people that we're working with in this room, of course, have had much prior experience with the board, so that if they're pushed to the end of the agenda, the assumption is not that they're pushed to the end of the short agenda, they're pushed to the end of the long agenda, okay? Now,
I have a suggestion.
wait, I just wanted to get to one thing, because this issue is a difficult one.
If you keep pulling your agenda 6 times in a row,
Okay,
It's
so,
not fair because the people waiting in line keep getting bumped down when something bumps up to the top of the,
I know.
you know? So
I know.
maybe you bump it to the next week, bottom of the agenda, rather than 4 weeks away, because it seems like some of these agendas are,
But see, so the problem with the next week's end of the agenda is you don't know where the end of that next week's agenda is.
Right.
but that's the risk you take for not showing up.
That's a risk you take. So my thought is that, listen, I think that to call this what it is, some people, I'm one of these people. Some people, they will, within the office, they'll be waiting to have a project heard, and they'll say, oh my gosh, the owner just decided to drop off one whole wing of the house. Why are we going to go in and have everybody review when we're going to come in with a smaller, simpler design? Makes no sense. It'll be
So
easier,
then you have to
so
tell
we
your
hold
client
it.
it's gonna
So we
wait.
hold it. So you hold it once, and you hold it like for the next meeting or whatever. You do it once. But for the people that are sort of, to use a criminal term, recidivists, that are sort of like repeatedly, like week after week, well, we're going to hold it again this week. We're going to hold it again this week. We're going to hold it again this week. And clearly, that's starting to, manipulate the system.
Ray, I think when you're dealing with your client who's changing things, that's an understandable thing to be able to explain to your client. We do these changes, we have to go back in the back of the line of, a week later.
Yeah.
Not right, because these are all dated deadline, or are these by deadlines or by dates that they should have been heard? So if something gets held on a new business 9/27, it will go to the bottom of new business of 10/11, the deadline after that. So does that make
Whose
sense?
point?
Mr. Chair, I just want to defer anything to do with the agendas and putting things on the agendas and application deadlines to Esmeralda. She's the queen bee of that.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. So, Esme, I'm sure you've thought this.
Can I make a
through.
suggestion?
What?
She has a suggestion.
Oh, you have a
I was
suggestion,
hoping I
Diane?
could make a suggestion.
Of course you can.
Yeah, well, I have a thought that somebody who is waiting to go or trying to get in to go, if we're so cut and dried, the person that he thought might not come, he didn't know it. I think we have to be a little flexible. If somebody knew it beforehand and say, we'll do this, this is now the third time we've postponed it. But sometimes stuff happens that nobody has control of, and to make them go to another week may not be exactly fair. I think we should be a little understanding of what's there. If they know the day before that it's going to be held for another day, that would be one thing. But if something happens to them while they're sitting waiting to go on, that should be another thought. That's all.
Okay, thanks, Diane, and
think
I agree with what you
There
said.
should be some flexibility.
Yeah, well, flexibility for the applicant is one thing, but also I don't want this to be used as sort of a tool to circumvent neighborhood concern.
No,
And I think we all agree on that one. So Esme, go. You were going to say? Sorry.
To answer Carrie's question with the
Yes.
dates, those are, the dates you see are the dates that they were supposed to be heard.
Yeah.
And we are
Right.
about 6 weeks out.
Okay, thanks.
Right, so Ray, would you mind finishing your comment?
So what I was going to say is if somebody in earnest wants to hold on a particular night because they believe they've had a conversation with their owner, they haven't had a chance to turn around the drawings, and they don't want to waste the board's time. And so they say, hey, could you hold till next Tuesday? Okay, we'll hold till next Tuesday. That's it.
Bottom
Like
of the list.
next Tuesday. Well, next Tuesday.
Bottom of that list.
Yeah, and so beyond that, it's like, well, now it's next Tuesday, but we kind of want to hold it again.
Right.
Yeah, I think we'll hold it again. And so there has to be some sort of increase in
Incentive to get them to come.
yeah,
not
like
do this.
like sooner than later, you either come to the table and we have the discussion, or you get penalized in the form of going to the end of the line.
Right.
So anticipating this, we'll go back to the 3 and out rule.
Yeah.
The idea is that we can't, it'll be incredibly difficult to fairly monitor whether someone has a legitimate reason to
Yes.
delay and someone doesn't have a
Yeah.
legitimate
Yeah.
reason to delay. So as opposed to be getting into the business of determining who's got a legitimate reason, unless we required a doctor's note or one from the
Your mother.
mortician.
Your mother. Yeah.
I think the idea is simply that we establish a performance criteria, and the performance criteria is either three times and you go to the back of the list. So the first time you go to the back, you go to the end of the list of the period on which you're being heard on the agenda. So for instance, if you're listed under new business for 10/11, then you go to the end of the line for 10/11. The second time, you go to the end of the line period.
I like
The
that
end of the
conceptually,
agenda.
yeah, I think
For
that,
any new business.
Because the other thing is that if something's being held because they're doing revisions and they're holding their place, that's not right. If you're working on a design and changing it completely from what you originally submitted, that's a whole new design. That's a
Right.
whole new application, technically. I mean, it is. If it's, just you're holding because you can't be there, and there are no changes to your application, you're not submitting any new paperwork for these guys to do more paperwork to figure out what's the actual application versus what you did before, and you're changing and you're holding because of that.
Well, I agree. And part of the issue is this isn't just a matter of convenience for the commissioners. We sit here, we can go through the list and we can be flexible. Staff have to juggle these. Members of the public are interested if they want to hear something. The members of the public one, I think, is when you get up to 3 times, it's clearly an abuse, 3 delays.
Yeah.
I think the idea there is just to short circuit it. So you have, any application has 2 tries for delays. One, it goes to the end of the business period that it's being heard originally. The second time and thereafter, it goes to the end of the agenda. As our chairman stated, we currently have a 2-page agenda, which actually is 3 pages full, print both sides. But the list of work we have, what was the last submission date?
I mean, it should theoretically be another 2 pages.
Yeah.
So let's leave it at that. There's a couple more pages. So there's a sting there
Yeah.
if someone is abusing the process. This isn't carved in stone to the extent, my suggestion is that someone can just extend. If there is a legitimate underlying reason, it can be brought, any of these things can be brought to the attention of the commission as an agenda item and addressed. As we go.
To answer your question, November 8th, and we got about new business, about 70 new applications.
70.
70.
70.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
there is a little bit of an incentive to get these things done. So that's one of them. And Mr. Chair, I don't know if you want to, what we'll do. how
I
you
did
wanna-
have one more.
Oh,
thing I
Jesse.
wanted to
Yeah, go,
add to
Jesse.
that, That I think if the applicant has something on consent and it gets called, I think they should be exempt from that strike.
Because they're not there,
they're
because they don't
just
know to be
assuming
there.
They're going to be,
Yeah,
it's gonna
that's
go through
certainly
consent.
fair.
Wait, please.
And so they're just assuming that they're going to go through consent, and then it gets, the consent item gets called. They're not there.
So, okay, so I'm going to get to that one too when we get to that point. I agree. Mr. Chairman, are you entertaining comments from the public?
Oh, why?
Linda? I just didn't hear Jesse's talking. There's no need to be talking over each other.
If you're going to change regulations, you have to have a public hearing.
We
Linda,
are.
We're gonna have a
Okay.
public
Not a
hearing.
regulation.
Okay, so this is, well, Steve kept saying regulation.
No, I didn't keep saying, it. I said it once, but we are, look, we are entitled, I disagree in the extent that there's nothing that stipulates the HDC is required to have a public hearing. It is good form for the HDC to have a public meeting and list the particulars. So if people are interested, they can come, and if the chair wants to entertain discussion from the public, he can. But there's nothing in any legislation that indicates that the HDC under the special act is required to have a public hearing. So fundamentally, I don't disagree with you. We want to have one input, and we want to have people be aware of these things. So having a public meeting where these are listed out is an important aspect of our doing business.
Are you going to accept public comment at that time?
I presume
whenever
that
that
we
is?
will.
Yes, we will.
I presume that we will, yeah,
We
but
will.
I'm just sticking on the distinction of whether we are required a public hearing or not.
Well, public meeting, you don't have to allow public comment.
I
So
understand
only the
that.
chair can allow that to happen.
I understand that, and I think we've just clarified that at the public meeting, where as a matter of of good business, we will discuss these items and vote on them. The chair will take public comment. So that this isn't something that's happening as a matter of best practices and not being duly noticed in the sense that people can come in and contribute. It's under best practices and umbrella today simply because I wanted to get this stuff on the agenda. We've been kicking these around in the organizational focus committee for 3 years, and we never get to them. So yes, list, Jesse. The idea is that in no instance, if it is an act of the commission, will something be moved to the back of the line. So what I mean by that is, as you said, if we pull it off consent, or if we put it on a view, or if we decide that we want to hold for additional information. And well, let me back up. I'm sorry, I'm mixing in my own mind a couple of these things. There's one or two other things to talk about. Let's stick with consent. If something gets pulled from consent, the applicant's agent obviously isn't here to speak on it. They're not going to be sent to the end of the line. So that would address that.
I assume what's going to be addressed is when there's board members missing, we're not going to the end of the
Yeah,
line.
I'm trying to get.
It's when
I'm
it's
trying-
a
But that would be a
Linda,
hold
Linda,
on the applicant's
Linda.
part.
No,
Let's
no.
just let, this group has been preparing a number of different things. I want to hear what they all are.
Maybe we
There's-
should do this at an
there's
organizational meeting, but
going to
beside
be a
that.
public
No, we're not,
hearing.
no.
We're going to invite public comment.
But
So
one more problem with something was said earlier about going to the end of the line. When I was on the board, I was in chairman, we didn't have 6 weeks behind. We were maybe 1 week behind, if lucky, and we also met on Thursdays for 3 hours, not just an hour and a half. So we would get everything out of the way and we'd start fresh the next week. No matter how many things we had on the agenda, and I ran through 150 a week sometimes because I was doing the review. We did not put people to the end of the line of a 6 weeks behind. We put them to the end of the line of something that was only a week or two behind, and they got smacked upside the head for that kind of stuff. But you're talking about putting somebody all the way to the end of 6 weeks. If you think that any of us are going to sign extensions, you're out of your mind for that. So if we go, like Carrie said, to the end of that section, the problem with that, Carrie, is that sometimes you get through an entire section, so you're into the next week of applications.
Well, then it's.
So then it's the
then
end of that week of
then it's the
applications.
top.
All right.
But you got to be
Fine.
careful about how you put that on people that have been waiting 6 weeks and maybe they don't have something
Waiting and
together.
holding and
Waiting and
holding and
holding and waiting.
holding.
That's
I
up
know
to you.
there's-
That's the
I
practice.
know there
we
is
need to
somebody who
stop.
does that chronically, but
Okay,
there
we're
could be
gonna
reasons
stop.
for other
Linda,
people
that's
to
what
do
we're
please.
that.
trying to stop.
Please,
The
we're
crime.
going to have fuller discussion on this. Let's make no mistake. This is not just something that is going to happen to an applicant because they don't show up for one meeting. This is after 3
Or more.
or, well, it was originally going to be proposed as 3, but the sense of the meeting was that this be something after 2 times. Maybe we move it out to 3 times, and after it happens to someone once, because they go all the way to the end of the meeting, it's not going to happen again.
Right.
Because one, if there are extenuating circumstances that underlie that third hold request by an applicant, that extenuating circumstances can be reviewed by the commission and it can be held and move forward. So I don't have an issue with that personally. The other thing was, Linda had mentioned another one. Yeah, certainly, if, as I said, if it's an act of the commission, that would be also an error, an omission, or an absentee. So if the commission causes something to be held, for instance, there isn't a full board, then there's no suggestion that someone gets pushed all the way to the end of a 6-week schedule. I think that fairly represents the intent. I think it fairly represents a workable solution to potentially abuse of holdovers. The other item, we're 6 weeks behind. I'll take a look at the record as to what got processed when. I recall that it used to be first come, first serve.
Yep.
And you showed up with your paperwork in your hand that night and you waited in a queue.
You signed up on a sheet.
And, I'm not suggesting we go back to that, but ultimately, we are behind, and some of that has to do with the fact that we hear and this is the last one, by the way. We hear applications sometimes 10 times.
Oh, this is the 3 strikes.
Yeah, and this is the 3 strikes.
Yeah.
The recommendation is that if you can't make modifications that materially conform to the requests of the commission within 3 meetings, you will very likely receive a denial. And I think we need to be careful in how we approach that. I would want to make sure that we get that vetted through council, but I believe that it would it doesn't need to be crafted. It's just simply making sure that it's done properly, whether there's some type of notice required at the second, for instance, what I mean is whether there's some type of a notice at a second meeting to someone and they haven't really made material changes based upon the request of the first meeting. They're at the end of the second meeting. They don't seem to be willing to be making changes. Is there a requirement that we give them some type of notice or not? I think that, different attorneys will come down on different sides of that. The other side of it is that the HDC has the, unmitigated right and responsibility for denials for cause. And cause, clearly cause is if after 3 meetings you haven't made sufficient material revisions that you could be denied. So it'd be interesting to get some feedback on that. But the idea is material revisions for an approval at the end of the 3rd meeting, or you're out.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, that is a tough
That's
one.
very gray area, a lot of gray areas.
So-
Like you said, you need your counsel to counsel.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks for all that. They're all things that I've been thinking about myself for a while. Do we want to get the grade changed
Yeah,
greater than 2 feet?
I'll make a motion.
Yeah, because that part I think
Or
is
Stephen, why don't
like
you do it
essentially
since
a
you know
no-brainer.
the language?
Should we be specific about the entire site?
Yeah,
Because sometimes it's a 20-foot change from one end of the site to where the building is.
I would be much more
Even though the
comfortable
building's
just putting these all in a group and
Okay,
then
that's fine.
discussing and
No, it's
making
totally
motions,
fine.
not
I
doing
just
it in part.
don't want to let it linger, so.
Yeah, no, I'll make a list and we'll put it together
Okay.
at the next meeting.
All right, so let's make sure that that's noticed. Okay, so you'll have a bullet point itemized
Yeah, I'll get it
list.
to Esme. for the
Okay,
agenda.
and we're going to put that down as, right at the beginning of the agenda so that we can discuss in detail and maybe vote at least some of them through, and then, discuss and see where we go with the other ones. All right, thanks, Stephen, and everyone for that. Is that it for the best practice stuff? Should we move on to commissioner comments?
Yeah, we took a big bite there.
Okay, well, no, I think it was worthwhile.
Thank you, Steve, for
advisory
all that effort.
We didn't
I
skip.
have a commissioner comment.
Okay, yeah, well, that's time. We do have commissioner comments now, so go ahead, Diane.
This is a comment. It's not to be discussed at this time. It is a
Correct.
comment.
Yes.
The HCC is the busiest commission on Nantucket and one of the most important. But the role of the HC administrator is vacant and has been vacant since 2016. So I am proposing to make a motion that we request the select board support and the town manager and the plus director support to take action on hiring an independent and qualified HDC administrator to manage the effective operation of the HDC along with the existing staff that is part of our HDC staff at this time. If I have done a citizen warrant because it has to be in by the 14th, which is next Monday. I have sent it to our lawyer, John Giorgio, and he's back. And if he says, no, we don't need to do that, then we just remove it. But if we don't have it, we don't have it. In that thing, we would ask for the town administrator to budget that so we could have that, and it would make it a lot easier for everybody with that, and keep everybody that we have and just add the administrator. So we'll see what happens, but I wanted to know if somebody doesn't want to do that, if somebody thinks we shouldn't do that, if they would, we can talk about it next Tuesday when we have time to do that and see what the good and bad points are that. But it would help having our staff being able to do all this without involving the commissioners too much in office work. So that's all. That's
Yeah,
what my-
well, of course, Diane, you're correct that we can't comment on this. We can't discuss this. I think the best thing to do right now is, could you submit a letter to the staff and have them distribute it, basically outlining what you've just said and proposed?
Yeah, I just did it and
Okay.
pushed it around. I haven't heard from John Giorgio, but I
All
will.
right.
And
Well, maybe that information from him would be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Any other commissioner comments? Okay, is there any public comment at this time?
I've been thinking about writing a letter to the board for a while.
I've been waiting for it.
You'll get one shortly. However, I have heard repeatedly people denigrate the staff or say that they
Nobody's
can't.
denigrating the
Can I
staff.
finish, please?
Hang on.
Denigrate the staff, that they can't do the work. They don't have enough expertise. They don't have it, and I've heard this many times from board members, certain board members, that we don't have the training to deal with historic structures. We have somebody sitting over there with far more expertise than anybody sitting in this room,
Hey, Lynn,
Holly
yeah,
Backus.
understood. Hondi,
And
I'm gonna,
she's ignored, or we hear these comments that we don't have expertise on the staff. She has more education than anybody in this room. And it just upsets me because I work very closely with Holly on other projects and historic, and I give her all my historic information on all the 4181 else. So she's building up quite a thing. And it's upsetting to me. I know it's upsetting to Holly when people sort of ignore the fact that we have the most skilled and educated with a tremendous amount of expertise in this particular area, who was born and raised here. I've had enough of that.
Okay.
We do have somebody who is more than qualified to do exactly what you need them to do.
all right.
And if
thank you,
she
Lynn.
became our
Wait,
administrator, that would be great.
okay.
Instead, she has 5
Holly,
jobs.
Holly, not Holly. Val. Okay, so an extraordinary thing just happened. We had commissioner comments, and there was a comment made from which there should have been no
Rebuttal.
no rebuttal, no nothing. And then we segued over to public comment, and they sort of kind of bled together, one in the form of a rebuttal of the other. But I mean, I want to end it all right there. I thank everyone for their comments. So now we can move to violations and enforcement. Can somebody tell us about that? We're going down to the seventh circle now.
Seventh circle, hell.
Oh, speaking of the 7th, I'm going to be clocking out. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. to
You're gonna
interrupt the
what?
agenda. I'm clocking out at 7 PM.
Okay,
It's my birthday week.
okay, all right, all right,
Week, is it a big one? Birthday Eve?
all right.
Last night.
That should have been under commissioner comments, but
Sorry.
now we're on violations and enforcement. Tell us. Esme, is that you?
No, Mr. Chairman, that is Billy Sack.
Oh, Billy, sorry, go.
Well, I sent the video of 43 Kendrick, or I had it on we posted it, I don't know, a month ago
A while
at this
ago,
point.
yeah.
They did submit a planting plan, but my feeling is it needs to be expanded on. There needs to be more plantings to shield it. If you watch that video, it's pretty visible through the majority of the path. And I'm tall. I'm like 6'6", but I was holding it at about chest height when I turn it to the side and continue walking.
Now, is this a sentiment that you expressed to them, or you're waiting to hear from the board about it?
I was waiting to hear from the board on it because they did submit a planting plan. I haven't said anything to them about it.
It's the
Oh,
house.
no.
Yeah, it's
I wish it was a pool.
It's a commercial structure.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
There's actually a pool on top of that complex.
Yeah.
So I would say that we need to get this on the agenda, and you may want to just let them know as a courtesy that you don't believe that the planting plan that they're proposing is going to be sufficient for the board.
Okay.
But we should get it on as, an agenda item. Okay, is any comment on that?
Yeah, because I reviewed the planting plan, and it was primarily focused on the street, not the public way that's in back of
Oh.
it, which is where he is.
All right.
So I do agree with Billy. I think it needs a
The-
little more review.
The initial plan had a lot of trees on the street side, and this side of the yard was they just didn't propose a whole lot.
Did they
So-
understand what our concern was?
No, they did. They did, and they showed a sight line, but I fear the sight line isn't indicative of what's visible.
No, I went
have a
out and took
comment too,
pictures too.
after that.
You can see it from the little street they didn't even include.
Yeah.
It's in back. It's a walking trail for the
Yeah,
Conservation
Yeah,
Foundation.
yeah. It's actually it's listed as a paper road, and it's
Yeah.
Lancashire Ave.
that's it.
Abby, you were going to say
Yeah,
something?
I'd say that any screening that would screen that would have to be so tall, it would be completely inappropriate for that scrub oak
It probably won't survive.
landscape. So I don't know how they're going to obscure that.
Well, that's down to them. Yeah, so Billy, I would send it back to them, tell them that.
Esmeralda's going to pull up the plan real quick for you guys to take a look at it too.
Okay.
See, it's all along the street.
Yeah, it's visible from directly behind the house, and as you continue to walk left. So I think where they're showing the trees on the left rear lot line there,
Yeah.
I mean, it should almost wrap around, and it should definitely be dense.
Well,
And
this
how long-
big- Go
How long
ahead.
is it gonna take for those evergreens? It says proposed new evergreens when mature. They could take 10 years before they got to be
Yeah.
mature. That's ridiculous.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Billy, this is, the markup is, the annotations are ours or theirs?
No, there's This
Okay,
is from
so
the applicant.
when you convey to them that there's an inadequacy with respect to the extent, the height, the number of plantings, we also extend that they please clean up what that annotation means so that it's very simple and easy to understand what's proposed, where it's proposed, what high means, for instance.
Yeah, right.
Just, they gotta button it down in order, I think, to have a complete application in this one. And then I just want to clarify for people who are at home eating the popcorn that our weekly HCC watchers, if you may have missed the episode, this is in relation to a violation that occurred where work was completed that was not approved, and that's the basis for what we're discussing.
On this application?
Yeah, just
No,
clarifying.
no, this was the application that was, it was a staff approval a year after the original, or I'm sorry, not a staff approval. It was a revision a year after the original submission. And it was placed on consent based on it not being visible.
Well,
Right.
but okay, so
This
let me
wasn't
restate.
part of a new application.
Yeah.
They did this, I think, as an act of good faith to appease the board after it was sort of noticed from a public way.
So I'm going to correct myself and restate. That was stated that this wasn't visible.
Right.
That's a misrepresentation, which the approval was based upon.
Mhm.
And therefore, it's not approved work. It's
Because it doesn't meet that.
an approval based upon information that was a misrepresentation does not constitute approval.
Right.
I mean,
Because
in the end.
the words, it's invisible, were taken at face value.
And it's visible,
And it's not.
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Who's that speaking?
it's Stephen Cohen.
Hello, Stephen.
Hi, so I represent the owner of that property, and I wasn't intending to pipe up on this, but I do have to, for the record, take issue with a suggestion that my client made a misrepresentation, and that's a valid reason for the board to backtrack. I would suggest for the record that applicants make presentations and that the board makes its own assessments, and the board has never relied on the applicant to take them at their word, as you say. The board makes its own assessments. You do viewings, you do all kinds of things. Whether or not that was overly relied on and perhaps incorrectly determined is a different issue. But I would appreciate it if there would not be a suggestion that my client made a misrepresentation.
I think it was the client's rep, actually.
Yeah. And
Well,
just to-
yeah, but either way, I'm just saying that, suggesting that an approval was obtained through falsification is a bit strong.
I'm gonna comment on that, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
If you look at the video, it's clear that the structure is not invisible as was provided, the information provided by the applicant's agent. Whether it was intentional or not, I didn't speak to. I can't speak to someone's state of mind. But it is still a misrepresentation. I think there is a difference between stating it was intentional or unintentional. And by not stating either way, it's something I can't know. But I'm not suggesting that it was intentional. I am suggesting that it was a misrepresentation and it needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Well, I made my comment for the record. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Stephen. Thanks, Stephen, and thanks, Stephen. So I think that what should happen here, Billy, is that you should have them submit a more detailed plan for the vegetation, size, type of vegetation, all that sort of thing, rather than just a big aqua blue line that says big vegetation. And then for our review.
I actually, the dense high vegetation, I think that's what they're representing as existing.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not, they're not proposing
Okay,
anything there.
if that's it, well then.
That's a
then-
misrepresentation.
That's a semantic discussion because I wouldn't call that vegetation
Something
high. So we need much more detailed information and hopefully something that will remediate the visual issue that we have in front of us. Okay, can you do that, Billy?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, have them submit something more detailed. Okay, 21 Pleasant Street.
So 21 Pleasant Street, this was, there was an initial violation sent out on September 28th. And in that violation notice, the applicant was asked to submit something for 10/17. So there was an approval at 21 Pleasant Street for work on the structure. It did not include foundation work. And that's where the violation occurred, is there's foundation work being done without an approval.
Okay.
A whole new foundation, but it's,
Yeah.
there's
Building's
foundation
lifted
work
up.
being done without an approval.
Yeah. Did you want to speak to this, Tori?
Sure, if I may.
Yeah.
You ready for me?
Yeah.
Hi, Victoria Ewing on behalf of the applicant. So first and foremost, we definitely are looking to resolve all issues with you all 100%. We have understood throughout this process that all permitting and approvals were in place in chronological order as they're required to be. We were approved finally by the HDC for a full structure of work, basement, first floor, second floor, with a small 250 square foot addition on the second floor, window and door changes. And we spent many months, if you'll remember, speaking about grade and very specific, explicit dimensions on the existing foundation. Upon getting HTC approval and applying for preliminary work while we were waiting for the HDC approval to be processed by staff, due to no fault of their own, the backlog it takes to get the HTC approval, we applied for to replace and lift the house and replace the foundation. In reading the explicit details included on our HDC approval, we felt that the work we were asking for was part of that HDC approval. I have a copy of everything if you'd like to review it again. So our understanding is that this HDC approval from July 14th, 2022 can be attached to the lift and replace the existing foundation, provided that we are replacing it exactly as explicitly detailed on that HDC approval, which is the full intention of the application to the building department. So we're looking to resolve this. We just want to understand how it's exactly a violation when we feel that we, as I just mentioned, had HDC approval and applied accordingly, and have since then put the final building permit application in post the final work being processed by staff and approved.
So I chaired
Okay,
this.
Tori, yeah, actually, I was not on this application, so.
So
you wanna take it,
where we
Christine?
are with this is a letter, a cease and desist letter was sent out to the applicant about a month ago.
Yeah, 9/28.
Okay, so a little more than a month ago, requesting that they bring in the information to have the work reviewed. So that consists of a complete application set. To my knowledge, there's never been an application to raise and replace the foundation on this structure. There's certainly no record of it. So that's news to me. But in any event, one other comment and then the direction forward. All of the discussion during the meetings, at no time under the current approval was a lift and a replacement of the foundation brought up or considered or discussed or deliberated on by the commission. As the applicant's agent herself said, there was discussion in detail about the grade with respect to the existing foundation. And the path forward is simply to submit an application, have it reviewed, get an outcome, and then move forward. Building permits, a building permit application to finish the basement space is without basis, given that a building permit requires an HCC certificate of approval, and the work that the basement finishing would be occurring in is in a foundation that the HCC hasn't approved. So simply put in an application. That was what was encouraged back on the 28th.
Yeah.
And then the process can unfold and, as it normally would.
If I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the HGC approval that we currently have from July 14th approves window and door changes, about 90% of the window and door changes in the basement level. Upon getting that HGC approval and researching the extent to which the existing foundation was or was not going to be able to uphold those approved changes, we feel that we can make a construction, correct me if I'm wrong, decision, because we have HEC stamped approved plans to build the basement level new foundation with the exact same cosmetic makeup, materials, size, and design as are approved on our existing HDC approval. So that's why I'm not sure I understand why we need to reapply.
So I would say that I would disagree with you and you're wrong in your interpretation. At the very least, a like-kind replacement application would be required, whether it's to replace a window or a foundation. Certainly, Tori, given your experience in front of the commission, this is a contributing structure, individually significant, and to make a determination that because some windows and doors would not fit in the somehow, which I don't understand, by the way, being involved in construction myself, that somehow these windows and doors wouldn't work with the existing foundation, changing them out wouldn't work with the existing foundation, to then make the leap from what the applications, the HCC application states on its face, which is a legally binding contract, which is that no work shall differ from what's been approved by the commission. That's a big leap to think that it's this minor modification that could be absorbed into the system, that could just simply be addressed by a decision in the field. That is wholly, such determinations are wholly the HDC's to make. So I understand how that's what you're thinking. I think I can suggest that your application materials will be reviewed without prejudice, and that continued discussion of this matter is really fruitless, because the end result is an application needs to be submitted, a complete application needs to be submitted, it needs to be reviewed, a determination needs to be made, and then the rest of the process with building permits can be pursued.
So if I may, with all of that said, a like-kind application, I would say yes, is probably what needs to be submitted. But how do you handle a like-kind replacement foundation when we already have an HEC approval for windows and doors? There's a little bit of a discrepancy there, because we would not be replacing it like-kind as it stands before it was lifted.
I actually understand what Stephen's asking. It's like with my house. If I went to the HCC and I said, I'd like to replace 5 windows in my house, which, by the way, was built by the same guy.
I understand. They're
They're
sister houses, yes.
And I want to replace 5 windows on the rear end of the house. Okay, fine. And then, it gets down to it, and it's like, well, yeah, but we had to take the whole rear end of the house off, because of the 5 windows. And say, well, you didn't request to take the whole back end of the house off. You just asked for 5 windows. What Stephen is saying is, so make a request for a like-kind replacement of the rear end of the house, so that we make sure that it's all done back. Like my house has that old, I don't know what they call those cinder blocks that look like faux granite.
Yep.
My house foundation is made of those. So if this house had those same blocks, I, as an HCC member, would want to see those go back. So I don't think that Stephen's request is unreasonable at all. I just think he's really looking for documentation about what the foundation was, what were its details and so forth, and how do we make sure that it comes back and everything around it is the way that it used to be, so that it looks like the old foundation.
I fully understand that.
You know,
And
with the new doors in it,
Yes,
and with the new windows.
my point is that Stephen was explicitly clear with our existing HGC approval about the block, about the pour, about the dimensions. So we have an HGC approval stamp drawings with all of those.
Tori, I got to interrupt you. You again, I disagree with you and you're wrong. I wrote the conditions on that application.
Yeah, I have a copy of it if you'd like to see
I know
it.
you do, and
Yeah.
I reviewed it, and
Yeah.
I appreciate it, but you're muddying the context here. None of the approval relates to replacing a foundation. Nothing in there relates to, even the application itself does not check off foundation. There's nothing in there to indicate that the foundation is being replaced, that the house is being raised. There are other discussion matters that would come up in our deliberation to address those. I would suggest that as opposed to continuing to go back and forth on this matter, you simply put in an application. You ask, I believe, whether a like-kind application would be sufficient. I would suggest to you that it's semantics at this point, in part. Whether it's a like-kind application or a regular application, the body of work required for the application to be complete will be the same.
Okay.
The process will be the same. Now, I think an argument could be made that you just submit a regular application based on the fact that you can't put in a like-kind replaces an existing element. There isn't a foundation that exists anymore. So there's nothing to like-kind replace.
There's
So-
full documentation that we'll submit.
Yeah, simply,
Yeah.
simply put in an application as you normally would with full information. You can understand that there will be a level of scrutiny here because it's a contributing structure. And I think just respond accordingly in the application materials. And let's leave what happened in the past and look at this with a fresh look. In the meantime, as you're aware, there is a cease and desist. There was some work that was being done that was requested that stop. And my understanding is fines have been issued and are accruing. So I would encourage you to, if that's the case, and even if it isn't the case, I would encourage you to get the application in. It's been a considerable amount of time for this just to be hanging.
Yep, and I've spoken to staff in the meantime and tried to resolve it as well and been on top of it.
Okay, thank
And that's
you.
why I'm here this evening. And as I said, we are looking for a solution. I'm happy to submit an application, but I just want to be clear on the record. We feel that we were HEC approved and permitted in chronological order as is required of us.
Okay.
Thank you.
And again, I disagree with you, and having written the conditions, you're wrong on that point.
Okay.
Thank you.
So there's a discussion on that. Tori, you know what you need to do. Thank you. All right, so let's move along to signs. Now, give me a snapshot here because I'm pretty sure that Lee and Steve Cohen want to speak on the Nantucket signs. I notice also that there's the awning is down as old business following on the next page. So there's that. You're going to speak on Union Lodge. In favor of, in opposition to?
No, I represent. We don't agree with these.
I see. Okay, so, and then I need to recuse from some of these. So.
Can I ask, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Is there a group of these through, Mr. Chair, to staff that are recommended to be approved and that, other than the one that Linda mentioned, we can group?
Yes.
And then-
Yeah, that's
and
what I
we
was
could
looking
vote these
for.
through?
Yeah, so items 4 through 13 for Faraway. Those were approved, motion to approve with a caveat that an additional application be submitted for the master sign plan.
Okay, so
Okay.
we can vote that through.
And then 14 and 15, they recommended this, the sign advisory council recommended approval on numbers 14 and 15.
Okay, that I have to recuse from.
Okay.
Stephen, you want to just take?
Yeah, why don't I take
all
these?
of them?
Okay, on numbers 4 through 13, could I please have a motion to approve subject to a master sign plan being submitted to staff?
Could I
Okay,
say
go ahead.
something?
Go ahead, Diane.
I've never seen, and I couldn't find anything that showed, we don't have a sign like that downtown. on Chester Street or any other street that has got whatever, 10 signs on it. Couldn't we see a sign before it gets approved? That it's supposed to, we've been through this before a long time ago, but I was on the HDC then and we cut down the number of visible, excuse me. We cut down the number of visible signs and they would protect it inside the building, but not hanging outside. I don't know what it looks like. I'd like to know what it looks like.
Okay, Diane, I appreciate the sentiment. We were in the middle of a motion, but I'm going to just continue to entertain discussion on this. I'll kind of direct the meeting. Those are Diane's concerns. Personally, we have a sign committee who I trust in, and they revised the guidebook to address, in particular, too many signs, or the weight of, the visual weight of too many signs on a property. So I'm comfortable with moving forward. Abby, you started a motion.
Items 4 through 13, I'd like to approve those.
Subject to a master sign plan through staff?
Yes.
Okay. In favor of your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Val?
I am, because I saw them a week or so before.
Okay. Diane?
Well, if it's been approved and stuff, I just couldn't find it in time to see it, so I would be for it.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So that carries unanimously. The next item of business is number 1415, Nantucket Island Land Bank signs, 29 North Cambridge and White's Hollow Road. That has a motion for staff approval. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
On your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. And myself. Okay. So that is back to you, Mr. Chair.
Those, okay, great. So now I'm going to assume we are having a discussion. The applicants would like to speak on the first two of our signs, correct?
I would assume so too.
All right. So let me think of the proper protocol here. I guess do we have an official written version of the sign advisories recommendations on these?
I don't have an official written version of it.
Mhm.
I wasn't actually at the meeting this morning. I had a medical appointment, so Esmeralda ran the meeting and I watched it afterward. But there's two Nantucket signs, the projecting sign in the menu box and the sign advisory. Let's start with the projecting sign.
Sure.
The sign advisory council wanted to hold for revision because the sign did not meet the guidelines.
Okay.
And then
Do we know in what ways?
it has to do with the lettering and the graphic.
Okay.
When it comes in the sign guideline book with lettering, what is written as non-historical font requires I actually have it with me so I can read it to you exactly. So non-historical font style may be used provided that the trademark occupies no more than 15% of the total area of the sign. That's as it pertains to font. My only hang up there is, do we have any examples of historic versus non-historical font? I don't know. I mean, where is that defined is my question.
I think
In the
it's any
sign book?
font that was used in the Declaration of Independence.
Well, I think if you apply for the sign ahead of time, they would tell you that, where this is a as-built situation on both.
Right. No, I think Billy and I've actually discussed this with him. What is a historic font? Is it something like structures potentially that were created before 1975 and they have some connotation culturally or due to a particular character involved, somewhat of significance? Is there something else that denotes it's an historic font?
Serifs, yeah, I would
Or,
say
well,
serifs.
I know the guidebook indicates serifs, but what is the basis for it being determined to be an historic font? was sans serif never used before? Is it like, before a certain date?
And if 1975 is our date, then we can use the Dunkin' Donuts font.
Yeah, there you go. So the sans serif was, historic font seems to be a little muddy.
Yeah, it's
All right. Well, so I think these are the issues that our applicant.
This is why we have the sign advisory.
Well, okay, so I think okay, so now that we have heard a little bit about what the concerns are from sign advisory on the projecting sign, and we will roll the menu wall sign in also, why not? Why don't we hear from Lee and Stephen on this issue? Who wants to start out?
Mr. Chairman, this is Stephen. Before we
Yes.
actually get into that,
Yes.
can we just address what was positively recommended and approved so we can leave that on the table?
Sorry,
Yeah.
what was positively approved?
Yes, the menu box. I never mentioned the menu box. I was
Oh,
just doing the projecting sign.
Okay.
There was always one there.
Well, sure, Stephen.
The recommendation of the sign advisory committee has to be, I guess, my question is that being adopted by the board, or do we need?
Okay, let me make sure I understand. So you have two applications, one of which you're saying received a positive recommendation from the sign advisory?
That's my understanding.
The second one, is that correct?
Yeah.
Right?
No.
The awning, they're looking to roll the awning into this discussion as well. But the menu box did get a recommendation for approval with a reduction in size because the max is 5 square feet and 36 by 24 would be 6 square feet. So just a 1 foot reduction.
Okay, so we're in agreement on that, Stephen?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, great.
So just so the
Making
board
progress.
understands, one of the things I talked to my client about was to have sort of a comprehensive sign approval because there were stickers, there was the menu, which was previously, like a big vinyl thing that, he's going to switch to a regular menu board, like what was just shown. There's the awning, and then there were some hanging, you can see under the awning there, those things that are hanging there. And the sticker on the trash can. I don't know if the board cares about the sticker on the trash can. We could leave it or take it. We've agreed to remove the things that are underneath the awning, and we've agreed to take the menu board, that vinyl sheet, and replace it with a standard menu board. So I think the only items before the board, unless it wants to talk about the sticker on the trash can, are the awning and the blade sign, the projecting sign. I just want to make sure we're in agreement on that as a concept.
Well, listen, I think the sticker on the trash can is as simple as just peeling it off, is it not?
Right, yeah, that's no problem.
And I understand that the reason that that's on there is because people kept purloining the can.
Correct.
Right. So that seems to be, I mean, it's up to the board certainly, but I mean, that in the scope of the rest of this stuff is rather minor. What I'm not seeing right here, Stephen, is the actual projecting sign that we're discussing.
Right. So there it is. There's the picture and the details.
Got it.
So, I understand that my understanding is that the sign advisory committee has essentially 3 complaints. One is that they think the colors are too loud. 2, they think the font is too modern. And the third is that they think that the font and the logo, which is a taco shell and a sunset, is taking up too much of the sign. And, I won't go through the whole presentation that we did for the sign advisory committee, but there's essentially dozens and dozens of signs on every street, including Main Street, most of which are approved by the board that do not follow these sign advisory guidelines and actually are extremely consistent with my client's sign in the sense that they may have loud colors, they may have a modern font, they certainly have a logo that is much larger than 15% of the sign. And so we presented not a comprehensive, but a fairly substantial list of all of those. So, I guess what I don't understand essentially is, and Corazon Del Mar, as most of you know, is the previously approved HTC sign that was hanging at this location. You can see it's teal with coral and not
Was it-
a,
Was that the same size, Stephen?
yeah, our sign is actually smaller than that. Ours is 2 by 2, and that's 2 by 2.5.
Okay. All right.
So, my client is really feeling that there are dozens and dozens of signs out there that don't comply with these guidelines. And in fact, frankly, that the guidelines are made up of whole cloth and do not actually reflect historically what signs were on Nantucket. If you go to the Nantucket Historical Commission and look through their photographs, this idea of this austere, quiet main street with tiny little 15% logo signs is not reflected in any of those pictures. They've got 6 signs and stuff on the street and pineapples and monkeys and whatever they can do to get people's attention and sell their gifts and wares. This idea of everything's as quiet as a library and teeny tiny is not historically accurate, and not historically what the HDC has approved all over town. And my client just doesn't understand why this standard is suddenly being applied, around his neck. And I would suggest that this sign, which is a 2 by 2 painted sign, is, not ruining Nantucket in the way that was suggested by people who spoke inappropriately about my client, and that it is perfectly appropriate as a 2 by 2 painted sign. It's not neon. It's not, whatever. And it's certainly approvable. Just like most of the other signs on Nantucket that are inconsistent. In fact, I would suggest that my law office sign might be one of the only signs that actually follows those guidelines.
Your sign?
My sign, yeah, it's black and white with a serifed font. It's hard to find another one.
Thanks, Stephen. Are we ready for comments from the board? Hey, Stephen.
Yeah.
Can you just confirm that the sign itself is made out of wood?
It is. It's painted wood.
Yeah. Oh, it's painted wood. Okay, very good. Regular board on this. And who were all the people shouting that they wanted to speak? Did you guys? Okay, go ahead. Val.
I took a long time today to ponder this and look at all the information, and so I feel like I'm ready to have a discussion. And I'm gonna hold them together, the sign and the awning, if that's okay.
Yeah, well, no, I think that's fine because, why not?
Right. So having an awning here or having a sign here isn't the issue. For me, I think your signs that you provided and your awnings that you provided perfectly illustrate what's correct. There is nothing that has these oversaturated colors that feel hyper-realistic and artificial, which result in the reason it's so disharmonious with the downtown area. The colors should complement what's around it in town. Yes, it had red before, but the red was rather muted. I think that I thank you for, the sign was beautiful, but it wasn't vibrant. It was muted. It was a muted tone. I think it's the saturation and vibrancy of this color that is creating the issue. It could be toned down a few hues and notches and be perfectly fine. I think it's just too dynamic. It's too animated and artificial for downtown. I appreciated the different examples of the greens and the blues and even the striped awnings. While striped, they were still a more muted tone between the white and whatever that was. And with regard to the sign, most of the signs have a white background or a light background, and the tones, again, are more muted and subtle. So it really just comes down to the intensity of color. It's not that it's an awning, and it's not that it's a sign. It is merely, it's the color. It's just not fitting in with the historic character, and it is just not unifying with the rest of town.
Thank you, Val.
Okay, thanks, Val. Abby?
Well, I couldn't agree with Val more. I think, the design is fine. I don't mind the sort of, modern font. I think it's, gosh, it is, it reminds me of what the store is. So I get the font. I think it's all about the saturated color, as Val said. I think if this were in different colors, like secondary colors, muted colors, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. One detail, I think you either need a frame around the whole thing or paint the sides of it so it doesn't look like it's a cutout of a, whatever that board is that.
Plywood.
Yeah, I would, and to keep it from disintegrating in the winter, I would sure up those sides because the rain's gonna get in there and so forth. So I agree with Val. Mute
Okay.
the colors.
I'll go.
Thank you, Abby, and Diane's to you.
I agree with both Val and Abby that it's the color that gets you. It's if they could get down to a soft barn red, if they want to have red. The store is known there. It doesn't need to call attention to with the colors to get people to go in. The colors are not going to draw people in, and it doesn't. The colors need to come down. That's as simple as the answer is, and then it would be fine. And I think the black around the edge, or white, the color of the bottom of the sign would be good, and it makes a finish to the sign. Most of the old signs that are downtown there, you will see there is an edge of them on them, and it just holds it together. But otherwise, I think it would be good, but the color is what's putting people off.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Stephen?
I agree about the colors. However, I disagree. I'll refer back to the visual weight comment I made in trusting the sign advisory committee. This is a 2x2 sign. The visual weight of these colors, to my mind, is insignificant. I walked down there to go into this establishment, and I didn't see the sign until I got on the sidewalk, and I was blinded almost literally by the colors of the awnings and the yellow umbrellas that line the street in front of the Rosencrown. Please, Val, I would like to make my comments. Thank you. The idea that these colors on this small of a sign are somehow obtrusive or otherwise problematic, to me doesn't ring true. In my walking down there and looking at them, and again, based upon the actual size of the sign. If I were to make a design comment on the sign, it would be to round the top. And that'll cut down on some of that color field. It's not inconsistent with some of the signs we've been shown already. I don't see this going towards approval. I don't know that my testimony here tonight is that persuasive, but if it were to be approved, I would suggest that when it's repainted, the top portion would be rounded out to match the radius of the rays of the sun there, the symbolic sun. We're speaking about the awning too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd like
so-
to wrap that in.
Where I do think that a color change is required is the awning. I believe that it could be a more toned down shade of the color that's there. I'll mind you, when I speak of colors, you can see a bit of the awning, one of a few very large awnings at the Rosencrown. And that color is not dramatically different. That is a very bright cranberry red. It's not some, grayed out, subtle color. But I would suggest that the awning at this establishment would be a darker shade, and that perhaps if you wanted to run some type of a trim piece along the seam that tied it into the sign a little bit better, that would not be inappropriate. Noting that many of the awnings in the historic photos are a bright color, alternating stripes with white. So clearly the idea was to draw your eye, not for it just to be a weather element, protection from the elements. So those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. So my sentiments are kind of more in line with Stephen's, that, the size of this and the fact that it's recessed with respect to the other areas of the street down there, kind of take away my concern. I wish that you could, like a new pair of jeans, go over to Holgate's with the sign. And this is not for my benefit. This is for the benefit of the people that have concerns about the color. Just throw everything in the washer with some bleach and tone it down. You can't do that, I don't think, anyway. But or run it underneath of a UV light for about a month. But it sounds like the consensus view, Lee and Stephen, is that if you are in some way able to mute down the color, and the board wasn't specific, but I would say that the red being the background color is probably the one that you would want to focus on as getting more muted. I didn't object at all to the idea of putting some sort of a border on there, because yes, it does look a little bit like a piece of plywood, which it probably is. And my thoughts about the awning are the same. If you could take the awning and throw it into the washer with some bleach on it, it would be great. And we all know that's going to happen naturally over the course of a summer or two with the sun. That's the story. Now, so officially, I think that we have just reviewed the first application, which is the projecting sign.
Mr.
So-
Chair, I'm sorry, could I make a comment?
Who is that?
Hi, sorry, Mr. Chair, it's Hillary Rayport. I've been here with my
Oh,
hand up.
yeah, hi, I didn't see that.
That's okay. I hope it's all right that I interjected. I just like to make a comment. So I just really appreciate the sign guidelines, how specific they are, how thorough they are, and how easy it makes it for applicants to produce signs that adhere to the guidelines. And the fact that the sign is already up and is obviously not adhering to the guidelines because it's too trendy. There's a guideline that signs can't be overly trendy. Maybe there's no definition for a historical font, but I think it goes in the category of, I know when I see it, like some other things that are
Well, there's no
sometimes discussed.
definition for trendy either.
Yeah. I mean, but these things are nonetheless part of the guidelines, and you can come to some consensus about it. And also the size, the 15%. I mean, they're very specific. And so to just focus on the color, it just gives other people permission to have, trendy, non-historic fonts and to have big images. And I know it seems like it's not that big a deal. And we've heard from Mr. Cohen on a couple occasions, it's just a 2x2 piece of wood. But I personally, as somebody who, is around downtown all the time and is a big fan of the historic district, I think the understated signs that are beautiful and that people work really hard and spend a lot of money to have be beautiful and keep with the unity, they contribute tremendously to the unique visual quality of Nantucket. So I ask that you would uphold all of the sign guidelines, and follow the recommendation of the sign committee. And I also want to say, I did, there's a record in Google Maps. You can go back and use Street View to see what's in this location. And I went back to 2008 and I never saw a sign in this location. So I don't know where this graphic of Corazon Del Mar came from, but it wasn't mounted on the building. And I think it's important for the board to know that. So I just wanted to share those things. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Hillary. So I think that we are, can we have a motion of some kind on the first application, the projecting sign?
About a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, Stephen has made a motion to hold for revisions. On the motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, on the second
you.
one, it sounds like we do have a favorable recommendation from sign committee. So goodness gracious, why don't we act on that?
Are you
Motion.
talking about the wall sign?
Yes.
Okay. Where's the?
Yeah, and so,
Oh.
well, why don't you just go through the recommendation again? Because I think it had something to do with changing the size of it.
Yeah, so the menu box in the sign guidelines, the max size on a menu box is 5 square feet. They had no issue with the box itself other than the size, because 3 by 2 is
Okay.
6 square feet.
And Stephen, if I understood you correctly, 2 hours ago, I think that you said that you were fine doing the revisions to that.
Yes. I
Okay.
should just note for the record, just to remind the committee that that there's a door and then there's a space where the menu box is going to go, but that space has actually already been approved by the HTC to turn into a second door. So that'll go away when the door gets installed. Just so that we're all clear, so that
Okay,
nobody thinks there was a
understood,
change.
but.
I'm sorry, is that white sign that's
Yeah,
there? Is
yeah,
that-
that's the menu box, and it's gonna get smaller.
Okay.
But
and-
Stephen's saying that there's gonna be a second door there.
Can
So,
can I get a clarification?
yeah, Stephen W. wants a clarification.
Through Mr. Chair. Stephen C., when the door goes in, will the menu box be moved to the wall on the left, or it'll just be, or the right, or will it, I'm sorry, there's a door on the right, will it be moved to the left, or is it just going to be removed?
We haven't applied for that. I think my client would probably want to move it to the right under that lamp there, but we can deal with that when we deal with that.
There's a door to the right.
There's
Yeah.
a door.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Well,
So
there's a
it
door to
would
the left?
just be so it would just be removed then.
Okay,
There's actually no place to hang it once that goes in.
okay, thank you.
All
So
right.
a motion to approve, subject to the sign committee's recommendation.
Exactly. Okay, Stephen's motion is to approve as per sign committee recommendations. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, very good. We'll see you again in a moment for the awning, but right now we're at the Union Lodge.
I think to expedite this matter.
Yeah,
We
please
don't
do.
agree with the sign committee meeting at all. Because if
You
they-
don't agree?
No, they said to change the bracket and that would raise the sign. It's not. There's probably an 18-inch grade difference between the two to the left, around the main doors.
No, this
They're
is the
90
one,
inches.
this is the one where if there's
Too
not
short
a
of midi.
planter down below, you're gonna run your
Yeah,
head into the
I can
sign.
actually, as short as I am, I can actually touch the top of that sign.
Do you have
The
pictures?
ones at the bottom, I'm going to bring all that in for you, Abby, next week, because there weren't enough pictures for that, and there's no formal application. This was something that has just
Right.
come up in a conversation. I'm going to put a formal application in, I'll put a formal application to adjust the sign, the master sign plan, to raise it. But the sign committee right
So you
now,
are going to raise a sign.
but they're saying just put a different bracket there. The bracket isn't going to do it. The two below us are 90 inches to the bottom of the signs because it grows down so
Can I cut to the
steeply.
chase? Are you
And this, we
suggesting
want to
that you're
go up
gonna?
onto the freeze board and they don't want us to
We're
do
not
that.
taking any action on this right now.
No, but I want you to know, we're going to be coming back in for a formal application and a formal
I love
redo
it.
it. And
Love
that's
it.
it. I'll bring
Love
the
it.
pictures in of every other sign that's in the freeze.
Okay, so
This is on the
one-
brick
Can we
right
just
now.
hold this?
Yeah.
Can I comment, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Incredibly photogenic, Billy Sod.
I thought
Isn't
that
it though?
was
I
you.
know.
I thought that was you.
And
Well,
if
I
I
was-
can touch the top of that sign, it is way too low.
And take that hat off your kid's head
Yeah.
so he can breathe.
It's his Halloween costume.
Yeah.
Yeah, we black out children's faces on these things,
That's very
Good
cute.
idea.
All right, so there's no point in talking about it tonight. We're just going to make a
No.
formal application.
Okay, so let's we'll review this when you have gotten all the information together. Okay, so we're not going to take any action on that, folks. So that does conclude the sign portion of our agenda this evening. Good Lord. Now we're to consents from which I need to recuse. Stephen, can you take that one?
Yes, one of the things about having a longer agenda is there's a law, can't quite remember it, but that the work will expand to fit the time. And we've made this list shorter, so it seems like
So
we're
now
spending
we're,
much more time with things.
goodness gracious, we've covered so much.
On consents, does anyone need to recuse other than?
I do. Oh,
our
well, okay.
Chairman? So Connie, you'll sit on this. And can I get a motion to approve consents?
Motion to approve consents.
Okay, Val on your motion.
Aye.
Abby?
I,
Aye. Diane?
Aye.
Connie?
I,
And I'm an aye.
Very good. Thank you.
Back to you.
Consent with conditions, motion?
So moved.
All right, Stevens made that motion. On that motion, Val?
Aye.
Abby?
I,
Very good. Diane?
Aye.
Great. Stephen?
Aye.
All right, and Ray Pohl says aye.
Um,
Okay, so hey, guess what?
Dinner bell. The
Oh,
pizza
good,
has
good.
arrived.
Well, so I'm going to be off of 1 and 2 more. So, oh, here we are back to our awning. Now we have a board on this. Pohl, Welch, Coombs. So it's the regular board, same.
Can I make a motion since we spoke on it, to hold for revisions?
Is there going to be any discussion on the motion just to hold for revisions, see what they come up with?
It's fine with me, Mr. Chairman.
It's good? Okay, thanks a lot, Stephen. Okay, so Stephen's motion is to hold the awning sign for some revisions, obviously having to do with its color. Okay, so on that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
I.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, Shelter 7, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, excellent. Okay, let's see, it's me, Stephen, Abby, Carrie. Yeah, so somehow you wound up with a 4-person board.
Yep.
All right.
Okay. I'm going to, before I present the revision, if
Yeah.
you don't mind, I'd like to just I wrote some notes of a brief narrative of the previous 4 revisions we've done, or original and 3 revisions. I just think it might help. Just quickly, I'll read through them. Just
Okay.
every time we've been to the meeting, it's been so long. I feel like we
Yeah,
it's
true.
an older thing. So I'm just going to quickly do it, if you don't mind, for the record. When we first applied in June 9th, here were in short the comments from the board, and I'm going to just tell you how we addressed those concerns. This is the original application from camp. Plinths should be wider, roof doesn't sit well, addition overwhelms the lines of the side gables, and it should be reduced. To address those concerns, the plinths were made wider. The addition was made smaller by reducing its overall width, which dropped the ridge, and dropped the dormers off the ridge. We reduced the pitches, which reduces the overall mass of the back addition. And then the original corner post on the main historic mass was exposed on the west side, west elevation, to highlight the main mass and make the addition look more subordinate. So that was a kind of a major change we did. From Coombs, roof walk on the south doesn't belong. The addition was too large, the chimney is too heavy. The addition needs to be reduced and simplified. And the cross bucks with spider webs would be good in the porch. And we'd like to see the dormers dropped off the ridge. So to address her on Ms. Coombs' comments, we removed the roof walk. The addition was made smaller, as I just previously described. The outdoor fireplace was removed, and then cross bucks and spider webs were added to the rails, and the dormers were dropped off the ridge. From Thornwell, the addition should be lower. The rear L shouldn't extend past the existing addition. Okay with proposed rails, and agrees with camp about wider plinths. To address these concerns, the addition was made smaller, as I previously described, and less massive, and the plinths were made wider. From Welch, south elevation is most exposed and suggested lowering the deck. He suggested a cross buck with spider webs would be appropriate, and the addition is massive overall and should come down in height. And again, I think we previously addressed those same concerns as they were already been said before. And from Paul, the original design had shingled porch plinths. Rear L is large in relation to the existing, and the outdoor fireplace not appropriate. Plinths should be made wider. We addressed those concerns by reducing the size of the rear L and remove the outdoor fireplace, made the plinths wider. The motion was to hold for revisions, and the revisions, as I just described. The first revision was then seen on July 19th, and here are the comments from the board and how we addressed their concerns. From camp, there's no need to move the house. Deck balusters should be simpler, okay with addition. So to address the concerns, we revised the deck rails and provided several different options in the revision. From Thornwell, we appreciate the reducing the height of the addition. Crossbuck railings on the stairs get distorted on the front, but not on the rear, and should be simplified. The west chopped off dormers are distraction, and there should be no white in the deck skirt. To address these concerns, we provided 4 different examples of the railings and made sure the skirt boards would be natural to weather. From Welch, agrees with Thornwell, except the south elevation, the upper railing should be a solid mass. Layering this crossbuck rails on the stairs against the deck is confusing and suggests picking another appropriate railing pattern. And to address those comments, the railings were the main focus of the next revision. And from Paul, agrees with Mr. Welch, the crossbucks are too long, elaborate, and needs to be simplified. The railings, again, were the main focus of the next revision. So the motion was for hold for minor revisions, as it seemed the main concern at this point was more on the railings. On September 13th, the second revision was presented, and we believe that all the previous concerns had been addressed, except for the railings and the skirt. However, 6+ weeks had went by before the board had seen it, and we feel that some older items we had already addressed kind of resurfaced. So here was that meeting's comments and how we addressed them. So from camp, she was concerned about the first floor right side porch and asked the deck to be broken up with brick posts, possibly. The stairs could also be brought closer to the house and less visible. That's to the back deck. We addressed those concerns in this revision, which you will see. We moved the stairs closer to the house so they were less visible. We also stopped the deck on the corner of the house by adding a bump out on the first floor. I believe this helps also break up the verticality of the east facade, and it also reduces the overall size of the deck. And we kind of disagreed about the bricks, so we didn't address her concern about bricks in the back. From Thornwell, front elevation, the crossbucks and the main match should be like the previous version. On the new deck, it can be shingled. The deck should not extend past the right wall, and disagrees about the brick post, and because that would bring attention to the deck. She also said that she's okay with a third floor dormer now. To address these concerns, we added, as I mentioned, a bump out on the first floor of the deck so that the corner of the house would then land on the deck would end on a corner of the house. We kept the balusters in the back, simple 2x2 balusters with top and bottom rails as typical railings. From Welch, front elevation, the shingle rail in the kit photo is more appropriate. The vertical skirt board should be wider and spaced. The left elevation ridge height of the addition needs to be more subordinate, and right elevation, the same issue. So we had addressed in previous revisions the height and mass of the rear L, and so we thought at this point we've crossed that off the list and feel the things we've done made a great impact for those concerns. We have now provided shingled wall rails to the historic mass, as previously suggested in the last meeting. On the addition, we kept it the simple 2x2 balusters with top and bottom rail. We also took a suggestion and increased the skirt boards to a 1x8 with a 3/4 gap, and we added what looked like. We also added some typical plantings to around the deck skirt boards to help. As you can see, it breaks up the vertical nature of the raising the house. From Paul, He suggested the parapet wall on the porch and agrees with Ms. Thornwell about the deck. So to address Mr. Pohl's concerns, we did just that. We did add the shingled rails to the front porch and the second floor, kept the back 2x2 rails, and to address the deck extending past the corner, we decided to add a bump out on the back end. So in conclusion and brief summary, the main part of this revision was to work on the railings and what we thought would be the most appropriate style for the historic mass. I did provide two options, A and B. Option A being the shingled version, option B being the crossbuck. We prefer the shingled version. I think it, after looking at the kit photo, I think it looks great. So we put the shingled walled rails on the front of the house, the main historic part, and then the rear we kept it the 2x2 balusters. Like I said before, we did scoot the stairs in, so from the south elevation they're a lot less visible, and from that in that elevation too, the south elevation, you can see now the deck lands on the corner of the house. We have a little hip roof bump out on the right side of that south elevation. And then in this drawing too, you can see how adding some plantings along the skirt helps diminish the fact that we're raising this up for FEMA. But while it's not an official like planting plan, I think it does show how that would help a lot. So we also did the skirt boards, like I said before, the 1x8s with a gap. I think that helps as well. And that's what I'd like to present with you tonight, is this option A drawing. And I did do an option B for just to show you the cross bucks.
We get it.
Okay.
We get it. All right, thanks.
Okay, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1912 Radford Bungalow Kit House, actually number 7067B, contributing to the OHD. The structure will need to comply with Resilient Nantucket. We received a elevation certificate from Don Bracken. We are still pending a historic determination that needs to be submitted in order to obviously fulfill that section of Resilient Nantucket. As previously stated, the existing brick porch piers are both existing and character defining feature and consistent with the original Radford kit plans, either brick or stone. Shingled porch piers changes the character and leaves a concern about being counterproductive to resilient construction and the proposed elevation. The proposed deck is not an existing character defining feature to this historic bungalow, nor is the exterior chimney as previously stated every single review. And I would be remiss if I didn't do that. The appropriate location for the chimney is inside the wall. The solid shingle rail is reminiscent of the Radford sketch with a solid rail at both the first and second floors. Resilient Nantucket excuse me, it's been a long day, recommends foundations should be compatible with the historic character with original foundation materials. Don't feel the shingle piers do that. Obviously vents should be shown. They appreciate the additive massing with the bump out. Not sure about the pane configurations in the door. Moving the structure is still not appropriate. Staff recommendations on the options would be for B for the crossbucks, as it once existed historically on the structure with Nantucket, and that is obviously a character defining element with Nantucket vernacular. The elevations should show the proposed B, FE and DFE consistent with the elevation certificate. Overall, the proposed addition would work. However, the proposed deck introduces a new non-historic element that takes away from the historic main mass. Those are staff comments. You did receive Historic Structures Advisory Group recommendations for your consideration. Solid railing is okay, but the details should match the original Radford bungalow design with a lower rail. To be true to the original style, the porch post should sit on stone or brick columns, not shingled. The side deck is still too large for a very exposed deck facing Easton Street. There is no other precedent for a visible deck of that size facing the street. Moving the house changes the historic streetscape and crowds the house to the left. It should remain its original location. Those are the comments for your consideration, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thanks so much. Who wants to start? That would be great, Abby. Go ahead.
So, Holly mentioned some, I think you mentioned about the,
Use your microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, she's got it.
Holly, did you say something about the chimney being inside? I think,
Yes, originally it was inside.
right. So, so I think, I like option B. I like the one where you don't have, two doors on a addition, secondary doors, I think is too much. So I think B sort of takes one of those away. And right now, the front of the house has just balustrade on the front porch, correct?
Correct.
Jason?
Correct. There's just balustrade on the front historic part.
Right, so I think simple is better, and I would, if you're going to do that deck on the secondary mass, I would make them both the same. I'm assuming it's a white trim.
Yes.
So option B, where you don't have that far right door with the hip roof, I like this simpler version of option B. And I'm mainly concerned about the front of the house. I think the sides look fine as you've proposed, and but I do think that chimney looks awfully, it's sort of popping out. If that were inside, I think it would be better. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Carrie, you ready?
Yeah, I actually disagree with Abby. I think the shingled wall railing on the main mass is a good thing. I think we saw some historic photos of that as solid shingle wall, didn't we? Plus, I think it helps ground the whole building. Yeah, it's got solid. I do agree with Holly in terms of the brick. Maybe should stay brick or stone, because that is original to the building as well. In terms of the back deck, I actually like that hip roof piece because it's encompassing the deck with the addition, and having the open rail is saying this is the addition. And as buildings evolve on Nantucket, you tend to have some sort of differences. Often we see them with window style. But with the railing, that seems to work for me in terms of this is the addition. The deck is large. It is set back on the site, so I think it's okay. Even though it is not very typical to have a deck, I wonder if you could plant some hedges to hide some of it, because
I'd like to make a point is that this doesn't have any landscaping plan, but we do plan on being there. There's going to be a hedgerow across Easton Street. You won't see it through the hedgerow.
Yeah, and some plantings at the front of that deck would be good. But I think you've done really good work here, and you've been patient dealing with all these little disagreements that we have on the detail. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I agree with Carrie, except for with respect to the deck. I do agree it's farther away from the street. I think that the overall size is too large, and it's, I think, 17 feet from the structure towards the street. And if that were taken down to perhaps 10 or 12 feet, it would be more appropriate. Looking at the proposed south elevation, actually, we can keep this up. Option A, it won't be affected by that. However, the presence of that deck in the in situ on site, it would be much more toned down. The other element I agree with Carrie about is that small hip roof. I would actually prefer, I think is appropriate, to see that deck come in towards, so we're looking at the south elevation, right to left, towards the main structure. And perhaps that small hip would be, instead of having a door, the fenestration would be a window. And I think that that would also help to cut down on the impact of that deck that, as being relatively large and elevated. Alternatively, the whole thing could be lowered. There's no FEMA requirement for a deck to be that tall. I think the shingle sidewall rails are appropriate. I defer. I think the brick is not inappropriate, starting at the fascia and running to grade, as opposed to brick from grade to columns. Again, looking at the south elevation for this. The more substantive comment, if we can go to the west elevation. And take it up a click on the proposed. Is my comment was with respect to both the west and the east elevation, is that ridge height of the secondary mass, it's too tall, I believe. And I think a comment was that the roof pitch, given its lack of direct visibility, could be changed to lower that ridge height. Yeah, it's a 12-12. And I know that that's the style of the structure, but I think that ridge it's going to make a big impact when you view that house in terms of total mass.
This is a 10.
Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Jason, what were you just about to say?
Well, it was a 12-12. Now it's a 10-12, meeting up with the historic 12-12.
Oh.
So that it was already reduced from a 12 to a 10.
That's too bad. That would have been an easy solution to take it to a 10, but you've already done that. So Jason, you've satisfied all my concerns, and I do want to say I prefer the option A with the parapet shingled walls. I'm fine with the pilasters being, or the plinths, I should say, being shingled. My frame of reference is where my office used to be, diagonally across the street, across from the Nantucket Hotel. Very similar house, same year. Shingled parapets, definitely, with columns sitting on top. Shingled walls, porch wall or deck walls, or whatever we want to say. So I'm happy with all that. And the other thing that it featured, which because of its scale and proportion was actually, I thought, a detractive element, was the exterior chimney. It looked a lot like what you have here. So I'm okay with the fact that that chimney is exterior. So doesn't sound like it's definitely not me that you need to please on this one. Okay, we can try a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve with option A.
Okay.
That seems to be the general consensus. And I think on the what do they call, parapet?
Yes.
Yeah. The material be, did you say totally?
Well, okay, so that's a parapet, or that is, and this is a plinth. You're going to talk about these, right?
What material did you say you liked?
Shingle, which is what he's showing now.
Okay, and that's on option A. I can't really.
Yeah,
It's on both, actually.
Okay, so I don't have to say that. So
Okay.
just really, it's just option A. Okay, so that's my motion.
Okay. Oh, so you're motioning in favor of option A. Okay. So on that motion.
I'd like to second it for the purpose of discussion.
Okay, I don't know what that means.
Under Robert's rules, you need to second a motion to discuss it.
Okay, all right.
Or at
So,
least
yeah,
that's
go
my
ahead.
understanding. I would suggest that the motion be amended so that the max height of the floor structure does not exceed the minimum code required design flood elevation.
Oh, yeah, well,
Well, that
yes.
would be part of the motion.
Definitely. definitely.
To include the.
Oh, okay. You got that, right, Jason?
Yeah, can't go higher than a
I'm
half.
sure you covered that one. Okay, so that's that becomes part of Abby's motion. So on Abby's revised motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Very good. Stephen?
Yeah, I'll go along with that.
Good for you. Abby, on your motion?
And I think you did a really good job, Jason.
He did.
Thank you.
I agree. And I'm obviously in favor of that motion. So motion carries, Jason, you're good to go. And that means I get to have some pizza.
Thank you.
Means I don't.
Well,
It's getting
are you on this
cold.
next
I
one?
think you
So
need to be the
Abby,
delivery boy.
sadly, you have to chair this one.
I think you need to be the pizza delivery boy, Ray.
Oh.
Why can't he come around to where we're sitting?
Younger, bring them down.
Yeah.
4,
Huh?
5, no, just count. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't need it.
This must be an old
So
one.
now we're at,
Who's this? Theater to
79
Rockies.
Clackamas Road.
Oh, check one.
thank you.
I'm digital. Yeah, let's start saving time.
Chip, are you there?
I am here. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. You're the talk of the town.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
All right. So can I share the screen or?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Did this come up okay?
Yes.
Well, good evening, everyone. Chip Webster here on behalf of the applicant for 79 Pocomo. This application is for a roof walk on an existing approved structure. At the last viewing of this, there were a majority of the members were in favor of changing the size of the proposed roof walk, which you can see in the upper submission. Specifically, Carrie said that it looked like a tiny hat. Val thought that it needed to be bigger, to be more in scale with the house. And Abby's comment was that it should be larger in the east-west direction by 1 bay. So on this elevation, those were the changes that we made so that it is more in scale with the house. We went from 2 bays to 3 bays. So that is the proposed revision on this side relative to the roof walk. On the, this is the west side, which shows the side of it. As we'll see when we look at the south side, there's also a proposed revision on the rear of the house. Let me just scroll to that. The roof, this is the roof walk on the rear. On the 2 flanking wings, we're proposing changing to a shed dormer, which would have a door in it, and adding a walkout deck on that. One element that should have been clouded that wasn't is that middle gable. You can see we're proposing to change that middle gable to make it a little wider to fill that gap and the associated fenestration on that. So those are the proposed changes, specifically the roof walk and those rear side dormers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chip. Board members.
I'll go.
Okay.
Well, one concern is that the chimneys aren't drawn accurately with respect to, they should be 2 feet above anything within 10 feet. That's going to change the presentation of this whole house. And I would strongly suggest we consider that in determining the roof walk, because those chimneys are going to be very outsized. Do we have chicken and olive? That's not part of my comment, Jeff.
So
Thank you.
in code, the roof walk has to be 10 feet away from the chimneys? Or
No,
something?
the chimneys need to be 2 feet taller than
Oh,
anything within 10 feet.
That's
So
gonna make
those
the-
chimneys are going to be 2 feet taller. Can we go to the side elevation? So that structure, the chimneys will be a minimum of 2 feet above the roof walk. So I think that we need drawings that accurately reflect the chimney heights. That's my first comment. My second comment is the roof walk with a skirt is inappropriate. And I think that as drawn, it's too wide. It went from looking like a little hat to looking like a really big hat, like a 10-gallon hat on a child.
Okay,
I'll go because I agree with Stephen. I think when you went to 3 bays, you increased the bay size as well. So it got even bigger than 3 bay. And what's drawing me to it in a not great way is the height of the base under the deck of those legs and the skirt. That's a lot of skirt. Because your roof pitch is so low, your skirt is now way taller than the railing above it. So I think a little reduction in width now.
Goldilocks.
I know, it's a shame because we said 3 bay, but it's much bigger than the bays that were there. So that's it.
Thank you, Carrie. Val, you're on this, right?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said. So with regard to the chimneys, I guess the first iteration, that height was okay, given the size of the roof walk. And now I didn't realize that they both had to bump up 2 or 3 feet above, 2.
I think
Anything
that,
within 10 feet, right?
yeah, I think even as originally proposed, they were within 10 feet.
Okay. So Chip, you're betwixt and between. I think it's, there's a happy medium somewhere between the first iteration and this iteration, and then what's gonna happen with the chimneys. Are they gonna have any sort of corbelling on them, or,
I would be happy to do whatever's the pleasure of the board on the Corb lane. And I would also be happy to revise it. This might do it if the bays equaled the size of the original submission, that, and we had 3 bays, that would reduce it by, I've got to guess, 3 to 4 feet.
yeah, there's no dimensions on it either.
Yeah.
But if we reduce the bay size, keep it to 3 bays, but make them the width of the original bays, that would reduce the width. And then the chimneys, I'm happy to add some corbelling and make them whatever materials the pleasure of the board. They're currently brick.
Are 2 chimneys, sorry, Chip, are 2 chimneys really necessary on this building? Do you have 2 fireplaces in there?
No, there's as viewed on the south elevation, the only actual real chimney is the one on the left. The one on the right was put on just for symmetry, so we could remove the one on the right.
I'm not a huge symmetry person. This whole house is symmetrical, but
Yeah.
the chimneys, they don't need to be symmetrical for me.
I'm with you.
I would say get rid of one of them.
Okay, thanks for that additional comment. Diane. Ms. Coombs. Oh, where's Holly?
Diane, you're on mute.
It says I'm not on it for 79 Pacoma Road. I thought I was, but it says no.
Yeah, you are. Flip
You're-
the page.
It says
right?
Coombs, Oliver, Welsh, and Thornwell.
Yeah. Anyway, I agree with what's being said. We could take down one of the chimneys. I didn't know, maybe if the chimney was in the roof walk, it didn't have to be 2 feet taller, because the lots ones downtown that they're the same height as the top of the roof walk. I don't know about the gables, and the front door is the same. The windows are the same. So I think the working over the roof walk is the best revisions because it'll catch your eye as you're going down that road. And it needs to be worked out one way or the other with chimneys and corbelling them to the top the way they're supposed to be. If you're saying the house is old enough to have a roof walk on it, then the chimneys should be old enough to support that roof walk.
Okay,
So
thank
that's
you, Diane.
what I got for the moment.
Thank you. So what's the
Make a motion.
consensus?
Well,
Okay,
I have,
okay, all right, go ahead.
Okay,
additionally, as I'm looking at this, I see that there are some window changes as well from the first iteration, so I just wanted to point that out.
I'm sorry, if I may, you're absolutely correct. On the first floor, there are some adjustments on those windows, so I apologize, those weren't bubbled, but underneath the front porch on the first floor to the left and right.
Second floor too, Chip.
Second floor.
Yeah, those dormers facing forward were mulled units, now they're not.
The second floor in those secondary gables?
Yeah, and the dog dormers.
No.
I believe that they were not mulled originally, and they're still not mulled, but they might
Right.
be
They're just
closer together.
I'm sorry, Chip, I'll correct myself. The not mulled feature is much wider than it was previously.
Okay,
Well, the top one is previous.
happy to stick with the top one.
Well, whichever, there's a difference is the point.
Yeah.
Yes,
So the
you-
motion is to please bubble all the changes
Yep.
proposed, which is standard practice, to revise the roof walk and to show code compliant chimneys.
Okay, thank you, Stephen, for that. On your motion.
and the window,
Yeah, I got, he's gonna bubble the windows. These are for revisions.
all
Okay.
of them, okay.
Okay,
Okay.
on your motion, Stephen.
Aye.
Carrie? Aye. Val?
Aye.
Diane, on the motion?
Aye,
Aye, great, I'm an aye. Thank you. Thanks, Chip.
aye on the motion.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.
I hate to ask this, but was that a motion to revise, hold for revisions, those revisions?
Revisions.
Okay,
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm glad you asked. So that was not a staff approval. That was those specific revisions and resubmit. Is that correct?
Stephen, your motion was for revisions, correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
with the
Got it.
window change.
What are you laughing about?
And if, just for clarification, Stephen, did you want to revise the width of the widow's walk to be the bays matching the original, so it's smaller, or?
No, I would just wanted to point out that those needed to be bubbled.
Great, okay, thank you.
Okay, we good? Sounds like it.
Yep.
All right, 146 Main Street.
Mr.
Do we
Ch-
have,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
let me just make sure we have somebody to rep.
I am. I've recused from this.
You don't
because
look like Matthew
I
Ryder to
helped
me.
with some hardscaping, but I decided I'd help.
Right.
And
All right.
that should be on too.
Yes, and could I share my screen, please?
Oh, okay. Okay, now it's Stephen's turn.
Two matters. One, just a little housekeeping. Terry, for minutes, I had not recused on this, and I understand that you're trying to keep track of when somebody's not at the table. The discussion we had here last week was that a recusal indicates typically that, most typically that you have a financial interest or some other interests, and you can't be fair and impartial, or you could be perceived not to be fair and impartial. So
Well,
what we just.
may I quickly interrupt
Excuse me,
because I
excuse
realize
me.
all that. I know that.
Yeah,
I know that.
I know you.
Exactly.
Okay,
The
thank you,
problem I
Terry.
have, please help me here, is if you say, I'm going to step off and let so-and-so, I need a way to notate that in the minutes. What I did for last week's meetings is I noted Welch stepped off.
Yeah,
and
Terry, I
put
think that's
it
an
in the
appropriate way to
alternate.
do that. I think I would like you to let me please finish my comments before you finish you interrupt me. We requested that recuse not be used in the future. And
Well, unless it's
unless it's a
obviously
recusal.
appropriate.
Yeah, unless someone says I recuse. And then the other comment on it in response to yours is, yeah, sure. Just, there's nothing that indicates that it has to be a particular, you can just say away from, stepped away, colon, and list a group of names, if one or more people stepped away. So, unless we leave the room, and even then, as long as we don't material miss information, there's no reason to be considered not an alternate. So,
Okay, with this particular medium, if you leave the table,
Yeah.
people out here in TV land can't see you are still in the room.
right, and so
that in their mind constitutes you left the room. To be back on it, you need to read back in.
okay, I think the point I would make to that comment, Terry, is we can't control what other people think. It's incumbent
perception.
upon a member, if they leave the room, to let you know that they left the room. Otherwise, they should just be considered an alternate, period.
Yeah, that would be huge. If you say, I'm leaving the room, I'm going to get pizza, to me says you're leaving the room.
Well, the pizza's here,
Pizza's in the room.
but again, and I
She
think,
doesn't know that.
I think what it
I
boils
don't know
down
that.
to,
People out here don't know that.
Okay.
And
Right.
it's open meeting law. What
All
is
right.
perceived by the public. We could hash this and add another hour to the meeting.
I'm gonna go
Get
get
yeah, we
another
could,
pizza.
but there's no need.
I will say
Terry,
you
please
back
stop.
off.
Terry, please stop. It's very simple. The request is, unless a member informs you that they've left the room, there's to be considered an alternate. Thank you.
Okay,
The other item I would just suggest, Val, that you consider is you publicly recused, and then to go and represent the application may be a bit controversial, despite the fact that we as members can represent people.
Yeah, I'm not
I
sure.
just
I mean, I need to
mentioned
recuse from my applications if I'm representing them, obviously.
Yeah, okay, I just mentioned it.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, so let's,
Real quick too, if you recuse, you must leave the table. And that's not me. That's the
no,
state.
no, that's, I agree with you certainly on that one. Getting away from the table. You don't have to leave the room, but you have to remove yourself from the table, correct? All right, so listen,
So
one,
all of this is to say, what?
You're representing.
yeah,
Well, all of this is to square away business that we needed
Yeah.
to square away. And I
Terry
commented
just needs to know,
separately.
because of the medium, she can't tell where people are. So you could have physically left the room, in which case you really can't be back on the application without mullining in. But if you're still within the room, then you're okay. What?
I recused from the beginning of this. I
No,
didn't
no,
say why.
you're fine.
Okay.
You're fine.
Yeah, all that wasn't about you.
Okay, so, let's see, so the board,
Ez has a question.
Mr. Chairman?
yes.
If
yes.
if I may interject, for a sitting board on this application, on my agenda, it's listed, I have Abby Camp and Jesse Dutra. And that's a mistake on my part because they were not here last week, so they're not sitting on this application for this week.
For 146 Main?
Correct, because Abby
Oh, well,
did fill
that's
it.
seriously unfortunate.
They did,
Did we review this last week?
yes, you did, and you requested for it to be back on the agenda this week. And they were to be mulled in.
Oh, this was the one where Mr. Ryder said, oh, it's going to be really super simple.
But the paperwork came in late afternoon, and when I went to the town clerks today, they weren't open
Okay,
because of the
well,
election.
this is getting more and more unfortunate with each passing minute. Because the whole point of holding it was so that we could have Abby and Jesse on it, one or the other, because we were down to a 3-person board, none of whom could agree on the clapboard color, where the shutter should go, blah, blah, blah. So I think we're back to where we were before, which is I really want to have a 5-person board on this
May I
application.
also add, if this application gets heard, they can no longer get mulled in.
Right.
What say?
If this application gets heard today.
Yeah, I don't want to hear it. I mean,
Okay.
I don't know where you stand on this, Val, but do you remember last week with 3 people, it was going to go no place.
Right.
And so if I were over there at the mic sitting in or standing in your shoes, I would want to have Jesse and Abby both read back in so that they could sit and you could have 5 members to move this forward. I was not seeing a lot happening with a 3-person board.
Well,
Matthew, do you understand that?
Yes.
What do you want to do? Hold till next Tuesday?
Yeah, what do you recommend?
I think
Well,
that's what they're
Matthew,
suggesting.
you got a little snapshot of where things could have gone with a 3-person board.
Yes.
And I think that you would be much better served with a 5-person board on this application. So I think I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I think that you would be much better served with a 5-person board, having Abby and Jesse Mullen in.
Understood.
So I'm sorry, but that's just the way it's going.
Well, as a result of that, can we be at the
Yes, because that's
beginning
our
of the
doing.
meeting?
Yeah, that's our.
Okay,
Oh,
we're not
Well,
holding on
okay.
purpose.
Okay, right, you're not holding on purpose, you're actually holding because I'm encouraging you to do so. But at least we could have Abby come in.
Just to say, I mean, I did Mullen in, I did sign the piece of paper, we have the piece of paper. I think that we just have that last step.
Correct, but the town clerk has to stamp it, and without that stamp, it's not valid.
The bureaucracy. It's
Too bad. Okay.
it's oppressive. Okay. And yeah, there's the open question of, now that Stephen has told us about that stuff, whether he can Mullen in if Jesse's going to be away next Tuesday. So I guess we have to figure that one out. So should we just, without comment or prejudice on 146 Main, just pass them over till next
Motion
Tuesday?
to hold for next
Well,
week.
see, I don't think we do a motion because that would need a board.
Oh, we just skip over it.
Just
Okay.
skip over it, yeah. Is that okay with the higher powers?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yes, Stephen.
This has only been heard once before?
Yep, I can tell
yeah.
you when.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I can mull in.
Right.
I think I did put you in the room. I'd have to double check. I typed up the minutes yesterday and today. But I think I put you back in the room, so you should be able to mull in on the first one or
Okay,
whatever.
that would be great.
But
I'm down to
might
do
I
three.
suggest you do have 3 people? And a motion would be most appropriate here to hold, and
Now
that way you
okay,
can
making that
state.
motion with the 3 people would not jeopardize the.
No,
Mullen.
because it has not been opened. But
Okay, then I'm
through a
good with that.
motion, then you
Okay,
can
so-
state that it goes at the beginning of the meeting.
All right, that
within the
sounds
motion.
good. So let's see, so that's to Diane and Carrie. Diane or Carrie, please make a motion on both of the 146 Main Street,
Right.
just saying to hold it until next Tuesday, put it at the beginning of the
So
meeting.
moved.
There we go. That was from Carrie. Diane on the motion.
So move.
Right. That's
Aye.
it. Aye, yes, good. And Carrie on
Aye.
your motion, and I'm in favor. So those 2 go. Thank you all. And now we're to 450 Green Park, 2 Stone Alley. Myself, Stephen, Abby, Val. And there he is. Okay. Yeah. Let's see, option A. Okay.
There's some new ones coming up.
Matthew,
Yes.
go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't know if you want to look at the drawings or if you have them in front of you, but probably starting on sheet 8 2.0. would be a great place to start. Okay, so one of the bigger challenges, actually, that's a letter I wrote just as a
Yeah, we read it.
counter. Thank you. That would
Yeah.
help save some time.
I read it.
Thank you very much. So one of the last comments from the board was the center section to see if we could actually lower the eave height, which is, you can see on this rear elevation here. So one of the challenges or the requests were to see if we could actually lower the ridge or not increase the ridge, but then also increase the steepness of the pitch. Previously, we had a 7.5 roof pitch. I think, Mr. Chair, it was your suggestion to try to go for a steeper pitch if we could. And that would do two things. One, from this rear view, you would have a more appropriate pitch. Ironically, we were able to get a 10 pitch to work, which is the same pitch that's found on the front existing structure. The other challenge was obviously headroom. We've been continuously dropping the head height of this second floor bedroom. The owner is 6'2". Having said that, I think we've gotten it down to something that works, just barely, but it does work. We were able to drop the plate dramatically, and that was another driving factor that I think that you had requested. I think a number of board members had. If you switch to sheet A2.1, please. And you can see the north elevation. So that eave line, we've referred to the original section as section A, the connector piece, B and C being the rear addition. So section B, the eave line, was the requested eave line to lower and simultaneously make the roof pitch steeper, which was kind of a challenge. I didn't think it was possible, but I do think we were able to make it work. So we did lower that eave line dramatically. Previously, it was higher when we first submitted initially, probably by about at least 30 inches taller. So it was a great suggestion. I think it was very successful. So thank you for that. And I'm very happy we were able to make that work. I'd also reiterate that the way we're able to make that work is we actually dropped the ceiling height of that center section. So when you go to the second floor and you enter that bedroom, you actually take 2 steps down. So the second floor plate, second floor deck elevation, if you will, dropped by 16 inches. And that's how we were able to make that work. If you look at the floor plans, you'll see that we're fairly low in terms of our ceiling height, but it is a legal bedroom and it does work. The other changes, if we could go back to A 2.0, these are fairly minor, but I think helpful. One of the requests was to change the A-type windows, or the windows that are in section C, so that they're the same sized windows that are found on the existing building. Those windows are fairly, they're good sized and they're a unique proportion. So in order to do that, we actually did bump out the building, but we did it to the south by a foot. And that was a pure function of trying to get evenly spaced windows with pilasters. We wanted this to look as if it was an infill porch. The vernacular is something that you'll find on other structures further up Orange Street. In some cases, I think 18 Orange Street has a 2-story structure that's very similar in terms of its design, but that was a real challenge to try to get an even number of windows that would work in that elevation. The other request was to increase the density of the lattice, which we've done. We also made a couple of small changes to the basement windows to make them look a little bit more random, if you will, and the proportion and size to be conducive to something that you would find historically on a structure, a brick foundation. Some minor skirting details. There was a request, actually, we had the water table of the section C was lower in an attempt to have the elevation or the shingle line, if you will, step down. It does step down about a foot between the front section and the center section. We did raise that water table up. That was a function of trying to minimize the amount of shingle area or vertical board area between the sill of the windows and the actual water table. So I thought that was a great suggestion as well. In the interest of brevity, I'll leave it at that. We've made a number of changes over the past number of months. So I think that they were all great recommendations. Like I said, that was a big challenge to try and get that roof pitch to work. I think it works, and I think it's successful. So I appreciate the board's input on that. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Matt, thanks. Paula, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, Two Stone Alley is an individually significant structure built between 1858 and 1871 as a barn turned to a dwelling by Eliza Codd, a female MIT architect, Nantucket native, and daughter of engineer surveyor William F. Codd. Again, as previously stated, the Secretary of Interior's standards for new additions state that they should be smaller than the historic structure and subordinate in both size and design. The existing historic structure is 950 square feet, or excuse me, 555 square feet. The proposed addition is 950. The proposal has increased from 912 square feet to 950 square feet. Not appropriate for this individually significant structure. Reduce the scale and size down to the addition, please. Again, refer to the demo plans. There will not be much left of the historic interior fabric. Understand it's not the HTC's purview, but it's very sad. Not appropriate. This also includes Eliza Codd's trademark sunroom, which is a character-defining feature of this 164-year-old structure. It's a feature that must be retained for the historic structure as seen from Stone Alley. The interior should not be altered in order to provide the same level of the interior, should not dictate the exterior, you know what I mean? There was a recommendation for a window survey. We received that, thank you. But I mentioned the conditions were not included and should be. Overall, the addition should be reduced in size, not increased, and should be pushed south as previously requested by the commission. The structure is unique in form and history, and the proposal does not do it justice. You all did receive a letter from NPT. I think it was forwarded to you on the 26th. If you'll indulge me, I'd like to read it into the record, if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, this is from Mary Bergman, Executive Director of NPT. Dear Chairman, Poll, and Commissioners, Two Stone Alley is a structure important to Nantucket's architectural and cultural history, and every effort should be made to ensure any proposed additions meet the guidelines laid out in Building with Nantucket in mind, and not overwhelm the original structure. At more than 100 years old, this building more than meets the threshold for what is considered historic. Two Stone Alley is additionally significant because of its associations with historically important events, persons, or important historic trends or patterns. Namely, the architect Eliza Codd, who converted this barn into a house in the 1910s. Codd studied architecture at MIT and was the first woman architect to practice on Nantucket. As reported in the Inquiring Mirror, quote, many of the modernized old houses of Nantucket bear the impress of Codd's skill in conserving the characteristics of Nantucket architecture while adding the requirements of modern times, end quote. Her own house was chief among them. While we appreciate that there have been improvements to the design of the proposed addition over the last year, the disproportionate size relative to the existing house remains of concern. This will alter the historic streetscape of Stone Alley and should be reduced. Sincerely, Mary Bergman, NPT. You also have some comments from the HSAG group. The middle section roof line is an improvement, but the additions are still too long. Both the middle and rear additions need to be reduced several feet each. Or better yet, remove the entire rear wing for a more appropriately scaled addition. The proposed dormer facing Stone Alley has a 3-pitch roof. Dropping this to a 4-pitch would reduce the verticality of the dormer face and bring the window still closer to the main roof. I might sound like a broken record, but it's for a reason. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Holly. Let's see. There's Linda.
I have to agree with what Holly and NPT has said. Of everybody in this room, I did the 105-page history on this structure, and I've been on this opposition side for 4 long years. I do know that HSAB, when it was constituted, asked that it be denied due to lack of response to the concerns expressed. That was largely from the previous designer and builder. While I appreciate this moving along and that it's better than anything that we've seen in the past, there are still major objections to the fact that the tail is wagging the dog. And I appreciate what Matt has said, but you are looking at a 16 by 21 foot flat roofed element, which the HDC traditionally has not approved on any structure that can be seen from a publicly traveled way, Stone Alley and Union Street in particular. It is fully visible between those two houses down there below and Union Street, and I submitted a bunch of pictures to that effect. If it was pulled back, I understand the interior is driving the exterior because we just had that conversation, because the sunroom, quote unquote sunroom, is their living room. Right behind that, where the other windows are, is the dining room, and the second floor is getting increasingly smaller because of the redesigns taking place. But on Nantucket, it's not the interior driving the exterior, it's the exterior driving the interior. So I don't think we're concerned about where anything is positioned in this house, or the reconfiguration interior. As Holly said, we don't have any jurisdiction over what happens on the interior, whether they gut it or not, which I assume is going to take place at some point. That piece hanging out 16 feet by 21 with a grade change on top of it, if you're standing down on Union Street, and I ask everybody to drive back down there and stand between those two buildings and look at how much that is going to loom over Union Street, being that far out. If it was back to the 8 feet or 10 feet like you normally approved, and it's not on top of a flat roofed element and couched somehow inside a roof element, that would be an inset deck, that would probably take some of the visibility off of it. But I also know that one of the reasons they don't want to go south is because that is the only flat area left on this lot. But that's not really the HTC's concern or the neighbor's concern. But they have been repeatedly asked for 4 years by this board, as well as HSAB and HSAG, to go south. So I think we've got some fundamental issues still between us, and it doesn't look really like additive massing when the massing is bigger than the actual structure. I believe at some point, I think it was Steve that asked that the structure follow the grade. The floor levels look to be all the same height, as opposed to down one and then down one again. So it's actually built into the grade, and it's not sticking up that far with that big a foundation from Union Street side and from Stone Alley. It's just still too proud of that structure. 18 Orange is different. It's a different type of deck. I agree that it's not just contributing, it's significant because of its history, place, and time. And Eliza Codd, which I gave multiple pages to in that 100-page thing that I did. So we're still incredibly concerned. I know Ginger has something to say, and I know Sarah has something to say, but I do agree with the Secretary of the Interior standards, which are not being met. Matt's doing as good a job as he can, sort of caught in between everybody, trying to get what his client wants. But it's basically, for 4 years, it's been death by 1,000 cuts, especially the first 2 years. Thanks.
Thank you, Ginger.
Mr. Chair, is it possible to just clarify that the building does step down?
No, we're aware.
Thank you.
I mean, I was listening to what you were saying. Okay, hopefully everyone was.
Just want to correct.
Okay, Ginger, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Virginia F. Andrews, I live at 1 and I own 3 Stone Alley. The 18th century 2 family across the street. You've all had my letter and Matt's letter about my letter. And I'll try not to repeat some of the things that have already been brought up. I did spend some time looking at the plans last week, and obviously I have concerns with the demolition, particularly of the foundation. And one of the things that I found confusing was the additional number of stairs in the basement to get up to the outside door on Stone Alley. And I don't really understand it, and I'll leave it up to you guys, but it seems like there's some grade changes in that I couldn't figure out if he was actually dropping the whole house lower. It's a little bit confusing because the measurement of Stone Alley is not necessarily the alley itself is not the grade of the berm that was put in when the trees were planted. It slopes a bit in different ways around that other parking area when the asphalt parking area was closed off and the one uphill was put in. And then there's the measurement of distance that the B section was pulled back, quote, off the alley. I think that should be measured from the property line, not an arbitrary point in the abutter's way. The thing was, this application has been so much better than the previous one, but when you first heard it, all the commissioners, I think, weighed in, trying not to try and design the project for the architect, but there were some interesting ideas that were floated that really called for a change in concept, and that hasn't happened. The changes that have been made, I appreciate the having an actual plan with existing conditions and proposed conditions. It does look good on paper, but it really ignores the context. And I would hope that before you would approve anything that you'd ask for the view sticks, because it is highly visible, not just from Stone Alley and Union Street, but from Gardner Court and Washington Street.
Thank you, Ginger. Sarah? Is anyone on this side?
Thank you. I'm going to be super brief because I'm much more interested in what you have to say. I just want to emphasize this is an individually significant structure. I think Matt's tried to do what he can. He's caught between his client and what you all have asked. None of the changes have been fully responsive to even what was said at the original meeting 4 years ago about not coming down the hill, making it more subordinate to the existing main mass, going south. None of those things have happened. We're still right up against Stone Alley. We're changing the historic streetscape of this old way. It's overwhelming the old structure. It's the Eliza Codd sunroom. It's her design. All of that is being obliterated by this larger telescoping mass coming down the hill. Thank you.
Thanks.
Question.
While you're looking, that picture is perfect.
Quickly. Yeah.
This is one of the only structures that's between the top of Bank and Union Street. This is Quantity Bank, and Quantity Bank has a very storied history in itself, because when they created Union Street, this bank went all the way down to the harbor, past the town parking lot all the way down. They cut off this piece on Quantity Bank in order to create Union Street. The rope walk, which was down in the town parking lot, it was like 100 and some odd feet long. There was a whole history to Quantity Bank. And when this happens, the view of Quantity Bank, which is historic in itself, which goes that way, you can see it going all the way down below the guys that are up on the bank that front on Orange Street, that's going to be destroyed from the publicly traveled way of Stone Alley. This is below everybody else who's up on top of that bank. This is the one structure all the way down that does not actually front on, besides Ginger's, that doesn't front on Orange Street. And that has a different context and different vernacular, all those structures that are very formal, a lot of Greek revivals up on Orange Street. This is a very unique structure in that particular neighborhood, along with Ginger's house, that doesn't match anything else ever built anywhere over there, but it's also actually sitting on Quantity Bank as opposed to on top of it.
Thank you. Nina King on Zoom, if you could unmute.
There you go.
Hi. We are to the south and have been part of this process in objecting to the size and mass of the structure for the last 4 years as well. Everyone has said pretty much as you can say about this. I'll simply make the comment again that 556 feet to 1,500 square feet is almost 3 times the size. 18 foot in length to 52 feet in length is again almost 3 times the size. It does cascade down the hill. I don't think the pictures do it justice. The view poles would really help for everybody to be able to see actually how much you could really see of this. And when you add up the heights of the different basement, first floor and second floor, from the bottom of Stone Alley, you get to 31 feet. That's pretty imposing. It's 23 or whatever it is on top to begin with, but then once you go all the way down, you get that extra stuff. So when Mr. McEachran talked about additive massing, this is just a mass. And I would hope that the integrity of Stone Alley and the historic district would be considered and given priority. And I know what they want to make an addition. I get it. But I think they could make a smaller one and keep it in keeping with the nature of this district. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. King. Anybody else want to speak on this on Zoom or in the room?
Mr. Chairman?
Before I turn it over to Stephen, go ahead.
Sure. I'll be very brief. I just want to say I've also been involved with this for several years. And in fact, I used to represent an abutter who had me opposing it. And I know those arguments very well. And I now represent the applicant because my client sold their property and my other client sold their property and moved away. But what I think is important now is that this applicant has been through literally dozens and dozens of meetings and made very substantial changes to this structure, and that those are in line with what the board has been telling us to do for several meetings now. And the notes that are being read and the complaints and comments that are being spoken by others are really just taking us back to the beginning. We think several meetings into being highly responsive to the board, and I hope the board sees that the structure steps away from Stone Alley, that the structure has interior stairs and has sections that have substantial ridge height and foundation changes, that the structure has lost a substantial amount of its secondary story space and maintains nearly entirely the historic structure on the Orange Street side. I think this is a very responsive and accurate way to do an addition here. And I hope that the board will see that the changes that were requested last time have been successfully made. Thank you.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Okay, board members, I hope you're ready.
Mr. Chair, I just want to notate for the record, because Matt asked, we did receive a letter of support throughout one of these reviews.
Yeah, there was a couple, yeah.
So,
Thank you. It's not all bad.
Okay. All right. Myself, Stephen, Abby, Val, you know who you are. Who wants to start?
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
Okay, Matt, appreciate the changes. Neighbors, abutters, members of the public, appreciate the comments. There's been substantial changes over the period of time. Personally, I would much prefer that this would be to the south, as was stated in many meetings, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily inappropriate as it's been modified, at least in my mind. I'd like to focus, first of all, on the window schedule. Matt, I'd like to request that the windows to be demolished be modified within the drawings. Oh, there you are. Sorry. I don't know what's going on with my right. I have a tough time looking over there for some
I can go
reason.
back over there. if
No,
you
you're
prefer.
good. You're good. I don't need to do gymnastics that way too. I'd like to request that because you have window types labeled, for instance, number 2, that are both to remain and be demolished, but there's no differentiation, that any of the demolished windows will be labeled with an alphanumeric code. So for instance, 2D. Interestingly enough, the D could be for demo.
Gotcha.
I think that that's just the start. that's the window schedule where I'd like to start. On the east elevation, if we could zoom in a little bit. Up. There you go. And the larger drawing on the lower right. This is, I would say perennial, but I don't think I've identified it for more than a couple of meetings. So if you happen to come back, this will be a perennial concern.
Okay.
That deck as presents on this elevation and not necessarily the entirety heading back towards the west, I believe is much more appropriate to be below the fascia water table of the addition structure to the right of it. I understand that might be a little bit difficult with your step down on the, let's see, that would be your south from the doorway there, but I think it's appropriate. And your next elevation will be the south elevation, which I believe is, highly over-fenestrated, but isn't visible or directly visible. So here I'll just mention, take a look at the profile of the existing grade. Can we go to the south, please? Profile of the existing grade, in particular from the segment of the one-story addition going down the hill. Keep that one in mind. Can we go to the next elevation, the north elevation? So I'll pick up on grade. I think that one of the things that's going to be appropriate here is to actually retain the existing grade and work with the existing grade. I understand that might mean some.
Can I make a clarification for you?
Yeah.
You said retain the existing grade. Think you meant like keep the existing grade as opposed to put retainage in.
Yeah, because otherwise I would say add retainage to the existing grade.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I think it'd be important to retain the existing grade, i.e. keep it as it is, and then use some wells at the windows. These are, diminutive wells. They could be large block, Belgian block or something that just blends in. More appropriately, it would be a just small cobble wall built up, and it will mesh with the stone alley. These are going to be, 6 or 9 inches wide. They're not an architectural element. That would be at the 2 windows in the middle section addition. As you go around the back, I think the grade, you could do step downs into what would be on the east elevation, the doorway. And the other more as important, the dormer on the intermediary addition, it should be a 412 pitch. And by lowering those windows and then lowering the top plate, I understand your program is a bed in that area, but the head of the bed is in this closest to the exterior wall, so shouldn't pose a problem. That would allow you to decrease the shingle face there slightly, and again, get you a traditional 412 pitch on the roof. I don't think it would be inappropriate to also move it back 6 inches from Stone Alley. That would make it even smaller, and I think it would aid in the presentation of this elevation, which is really one of the most prominent. Could we go back to the east elevation, please? So the existing grade is going, if that were retained, would be basically the line, ground line to the right of the most prominent addition here.
Right.
And it would be just below the lattice. So this brick face would be decreased by some, the better part of 2 feet. I think that would be appropriate to keep this from being overwhelming. The last one I have, and I know, Matt, you're not going to want to hear this, but can't tell you how much I appreciate the change in the window structure to make this look like an infill of I'm speaking about the 1-story addition. But I think it would be most appropriate to take that down to a 3-bay. The south elevation, which is above it, can we go to this?
It's funny you say that. If I could, Mr. Chair, through you, this is something I just actually approached Linda out in the hallway about, if I could, because I think I know where you're going, and I think we could do it, is if you looked at the floor plan,
Yeah.
I could actually, if you could just go to that so I could show the board, we could actually pull we could lose a bay. So right now, if you look at the rear elevation, it's basically 5 windows. And that's one of the reasons it did increase by a foot, to try and get a consistent placement of windows and have it be balanced, if you will. But I think we could actually take the rear section and pull 3 feet out of it and still maintain the window size, dimension, and proportion. If you want to go to the first floor. There you go. Just go up a little bit. So if you go to the full, that's second floor.
Yeah, up one in the lower corner. Yep.
A little bit higher. You could, just the living area. That's what we're trying to focus on the right side.
And we need to get more towards the top.
There you go.
A little bit, there you go.
Thank you so much. I know it's challenging, but there's 5 windows on the east. I could lose a window. So instead of it being a 5 bay, it could be a 4 bay, and I could still maintain.
That's what Stephen was getting.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's ironic you said that, because I literally just approached Linda. I said, that would pull that rear section another 3 feet further away from Stone Alley, and would still be a reasonable space.
Okay, just to be clear, I think Stephen was looking to remove one of the windows on the north and the south side, not on the east side. I don't want to speak for.
I was, and if I had referred to east when I comment on the elevation, Matt, but now that you've brought this up.
Oh, boy. How are we doing?
My negotiation tactics are stellar. We've got him 3 feet on that side, and now I can work on the other side.
Oh, boy.
That's an interesting concept. I want to look at the perspective drawing. Can we look at this perspective of that?
It's one of the last sheets, I think.
Off.
Further away from Stone Alley.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
The perspective view from the northeast, the lower right. And then up 3 clicks or 2 clicks. A little. So Matt, to be clear, what you're saying is you would remove
Yeah, exactly. Yes. So that would push back roughly 3 feet and change, but I would still be able to maintain, because that was one of the more challenging portions of this, is using that size window, which is a window that's found in the house, but then still maintaining some balance. But I couldn't see there. I don't see any reason why we couldn't do that, and that just further pulls it away from Stone Alley.
And where are you? I'm sorry to the other members, but I need to understand this to make a determination. Through you, Mr. Chair, Matt, where are you on the grade change? Because that kind of factors into.
I totally agree with you on the grade change. I think we just wanted to be as transparent as possible. I think it's a no-brainer to be able to maintain that existing grade.
Okay, because then if you don't decrease the east-west length by losing a bay and turning that 4 windows into a single 3 bay, the grade change would help to accomplish the perception of that. What that would do is, if you lost that, it would help to shorten up.
Yeah, we were planning. I would suggest that
exposed, but the grade change will make a difference too. So I might be okay with the idea of actually switching it to the other side in terms of an appropriate.
You mean doing the matte version?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, along with the grade change. But if the grade change weren't to happen, then I don't think you're accomplishing what I would want to accomplish.
I planned to do that grade change no matter what. So.
Okay, so those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, thank you. Let's see, who's next? All right, Abby, go.
Appreciate this changes, Matt. My main concern was that middle mass dropping, and you brought it down another 8 inches, so I appreciate that. I think the thing I did like about the historic architect's sun porch was the scale of the windows and the, just that it is a sort of a sun porch that looks like it was just windowed in an old porch. And I think you've succeeded in that. And I think, I was just wondering, there were some complaints about the flat roof, but is there a way you could give it just a slight pitch, like a hip? Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
But let me just say one more thing before I forget, because I've got a lot of jet lag here. In the original existing building, the mullions were black. Is that correct?
Honestly,
Muntins, whatever.
I'm not 100% sure, but if,
I think in one of the pictures, there was a picture I saw that, and I was wondering if that was consistent throughout the original. No?
I don't think it was.
No, so the front of the house has a white mullions, and it's just the sun porch that had the black?
Oh, it's really hard. They're dark. Although,
They are.
my guess
They
would
might
be
be
they'd
green.
be green.
I think it's just the sun porch that's black. Anyway,
There is a picture of it.
I know, we've seen pictures of the sun porch. Anyway, I think it would be a nice nod to the historic old sun porch. There it is.
Oh, there you go.
So maybe is it just the screens that are black?
No, I think you're right. I think the sash, it's not a consistent sash color. There's also the window adjacent to it, which also has the dark green sash. So we're honestly open in terms of color.
Yeah, but actually they do look like the same size windows.
They totally are.
They totally are, so.
That was a request by the board.
I think it's a good renovation. I think you've made a lot of progress with it. I do think the height poles would help see the, how it's going to go down. But I see this as additive massing. I see it as the original, the middle, and the sun porch. So I think I'm pretty good with this. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Val?
I agree with the board members. I think you're there, Matt, making the face of the dormer on the north slighter by changing the pitch. The sunroom to me doesn't look significantly different from the picture you have on page 70 something 74, 73. Looking up Stone Alley at the back of this, and a house on the other side of the street has a beautiful filled-in sun porch that it resembles almost exactly. So the comments about the pitch of the roof on that are mystifying to me, because it looks so similar to what's next to it. I agree with Stephen about the grade. And yeah, I think you're pretty darn close there, and taking off that extra 3 feet, that would do it for me.
Okay.
And I'm the person who denied it the last time.
We all remember that day well. So I just want to sort of recap the grading thing. If we could go to the north elevation. There we go, north elevation. So one thing that I've always wondered is like why you're actually cutting the grade here when the building would look shorter if you just followed the existing grade, which is that dotted line. Okay, so it sounds like you're okay with all that, right?
Yes.
Further, if this continued across like this rather than this cut in, that would make now the perceived side of the east elevation. There's the east elevation.
I think it's up one sheet.
Okay, see this little bit down here? Now all of a sudden the existing grade is coming across, and then the building is the perceived size is shorter. So that all works. And then if we go to the south elevation, it helps you on every side, really, because look at the dramatic, this sort of chunk right here. If we're following existing grade there and then just letting it kind of cut across the building, on the east side, I think that's all to the benefit of the perceived scale, particularly walking up Stone Alley and seeing all this, that the grade is grounding the building. So I'm very much in favor of that. And then this idea of pulling off one bay of the sunroom is fantastic. I think setting it further back from Stone Alley is a real win. I should have said first off that I really appreciated the reduction in the eave of the middle mast. That was my biggest concern last time. And there was, regarding the flat roof. Even though the HDC hasn't been routinely approving flat roofs, I'm going to sort of quote our dear friend and former colleague, John McLaughlin, who used to say, if you would point out that the oldest house on Nantucket has casement windows, he would say, that was before we had an HDC. So I think, the idea that the HDC doesn't approve a flat roof doesn't make it not a historical detail. I'm thinking of that great house up at Upper Main that has the beautiful sunroom, flat porch thing,
Gorgeous.
So there's any number of examples of a flat roofed sunroom that's an appendage onto what is clearly an older section of the building. So I'm fine with the flat roof. So those are my comments.
Wasn't
What
the
you got?
former sunroom a flat roof as well?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm, yeah.
Matt, through you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry,
Oh, Mesme.
Stephen, hold it just for a sec. Somebody, Karen Mayra. Sorry. If you unmute. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, great. Yes, I'm a neighbor. I'm on the other side of Stone Alley. And I would just make the comment that having such a massive structure, a carriage house tripling in size and in the middle of the historic district, I'm surprised that can happen. And it's just a very large mass and huge change from something that should be protected. And so I appreciate the changes that you're calling for now. I also think it's interesting that there's so much, this carriage house was built at the peak of a little hill, and instead the house is zipping straight out into what formerly would have been just airspace. So there's just a big mass of a building that wasn't there, and it's in the middle of the historic district, and it's when you look at from the town up to the town clock, this is what you will see. So that's my comment.
Thank you very much. Let's see, Esme, all you want to do is acknowledge there was somebody. So where are we, folks?
I was going to make a motion.
Oh, okay.
So I think that this is too important just to do through staff, certainly. So I wouldn't consider that myself. So my motion will be to hold for revisions to be heard at the next meeting that the applicant can present.
You mean not necessarily next Tuesday? The
Yeah,
fastest that we can turn them around.
I
Yeah,
could do
because
it.
I think everybody in the room, including the people on this side of the desk, would like to have this behind us. Okay, so that is the motion, folks. I will.
Just one other comment. I don't want this to be perceived as I'm trying to rush it through, but the holidays are coming up. People are going to be traveling. The abutters, the neighbors may want to come in. So everyone I'm trying to be considerate of.
Mr. Chair, through you, before you make your final on a motion, what, Stephen, you were alluding on the window survey previously, and thank you for doing that. I would want to know if you want to go more on the conditions. Like normally there's photographs is provided, talking about what you had mentioned about before of the identification.
Sure.
If that could be a part of it.
No,
Thank you.
thanks, I appreciate that. Let's include just a full window survey, Matt. It's, no problem. Standard practice. It's not a big lift, and it is an important aspect of what we try and do.
Now, did somebody have a comment on Stephen? You
I had a
did, Val.
question for Matt.
Question.
What is is the color of the brick going to be green like it is now?
It certainly could be. I just specified, I was actually thinking it would be brick, but we could certainly paint it.
I think what's Could you do lime, the bold?
Well, we could match the same color that there's an existing portion that's painted brick. We could just match that color.
Is it currently Esme sweater green or is it something else?
It's in a picture, so look at
It's
it.
chrome green. It's a little lighter than Esme's sweater at the moment. All right, so there it is. Stephen has made a motion. On that motion, I don't need to poll you guys, but I will anyway. Abby?
Yeah, but mine are, I'd like the trails to go all the way up to the fascia instead of stomping and
Certainly.
just
Okay,
very minor. But,
Sure.
you're in favor? Okay, there you go. Val on the motion.
Aye.
And Stephen on your motion.
I'm an aye.
All right, and I am too. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
everyone.
Terry, I am leaving the room for the evening.
And I'd love to sit off of a few of these.
Thank you.
We gotta get some associate members going here. Abby, do you mind sharing the first one, the Verizon New England? And then you can have some associate members sitting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, and then we still have Diane up there. Bye,
I'm here.
Stephen. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Have a good night. Get through a bunch of stuff.
Hello, Anthony.
Yes.
I think
I didn't get invited.
So Abby, who do you want to have? You want to choose 2 associate members? Do we know what the rotation's been, guys?
No idea.
Well, I don't
Been a
think we've
long
had a
time.
Just pick
rotation.
anybody.
Just start from your right and move
Yeah.
on.
Okay, can Connie and Carrie?
Yeah, there you go.
Hi, Anthony.
Good evening.
How are you?
Great.
Good.
Thank you.
Can you turn off, you've got 2 things going on. Could you turn off the other,
That should be better.
okay, thank you.
And
You want to present your
I'd like
project?
to thank you for taking and placing us on the agenda tonight. The intent is there's a exterior door on the front of the building that is in desperate need of some repair because of water damage. And the intent is to maintain the exact look of the current door, exterior door and transom. We're not really going to make any changes to the visual aspect of the existing conditions. With the one thing that we want to try to make sure and retain is there's a transom that, you know, looks like it's been there for some time. We're going to reuse that existing transom, but we're going to move it slightly towards the front of the frame of the existing door or the new door frame. And the reason for that is because where the transom is located now has contributed to the water damage because rain and water has collected on a shelf of the transom.
Yeah.
And as you can see from the photos that were presented, you know, that has contributed to a major inside the building regarding water and water damage. And we're trying to fix that problem. And part of that is, you know, placing that transom closer to the front of the door frame rather than at the rear of the door frame.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, board members. Oh, sorry, Holly. I haven't done this in a while.
That's okay. Adrian, would you mind going to that next? No, the next PDF over.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there, obviously, this is a historic structure within our old historic district. It used to be the old telephone company, obviously, and that's why That's why it's owned by
Verizon.
Yes, Verizon. So, sorry, it's been long. The HDC survey on file indicates it's 1924. This photograph was provided to us today by our HSAG group. If you don't mind,
It's a
Adrian.
totally different building.
Well, it was.
They knocked down the second
Yes,
floor.
they took down portions of it to create what you have today. They also took, if you're looking at it straight on, there was a typical Nantucket to the left that was also taken down in order to build what you see today. But yes, this door surround is the same exact what is there now. So from staff's perspective, obviously a fiberglass door is not appropriate in the OHD. However, I understand if the existing door was fiberglass, then it would be a like kind. But it does look metal, obviously based on the photograph. So I didn't know what that was. If that could be clarified, is this TDL or SDL? But it should be wood. And that would be my comment. I know the historic structures group provided comments, and I don't know if it's included in this. Adrian, do you know if it's, because we just got them today right before the meeting, and I apologize. Is it included in that at all? No. Okay, well, they provided that photograph, so it should match like kind, and should be wood.
And,
Thank you.
you know, I would, if you don't
Thank
mind,
you,
I would
Holly.
comment on that. Everything about the structure, as far as the wood trim and everything that is existing there, will remain the same. The door itself that's existing there now is a metal door and frame, and that's what's in place there currently. The fiberglass is really it's kind of like a coating over the door to provide some additional protection. As you know, with the weather on the islands, we have a tremendous amount of problem with the salt and the rain and the water deteriorating the metal. That's why the coating is kind of required or preferred in these applications. The transom itself, which is above the door, that is an existing wood transom. And as you noted from your prior photos from the 20s, that actually is going to be retained and reinstalled so that look is maintained. That divided light look on the door will be maintained. And what we're really trying to do is do a repair here because of the amount of water damage that has taken place with the existing condition. A wooden door is really not appropriate for this condition, just mainly because of the extremities of the weather and so forth that you guys see on the island.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Okay, board members.
It looks to
I
me
will
like,
go.
I'll go. Okay, Diane can go.
Okay, Diane, go.
No, we all live with a wooden front door. This building is no different than my building, which is further up Union Street, or what's rest of us in the old historic district is wood. I'd like to see it stay wood because fiberglass or fiberglass coating is very pronounced, and it's the beginning of the downtown as you go down. So I have no problem moving the upper glass out a little bit so it's not on the thing, and back it up inside so it is waterproof. But I would like to see them try to keep a wooden door rather than it's not the only door downtown that gets rain and salt.
Right. Thank you, Diane. Val.
The door that's there now is metal. and the windows are metal, it looks like to me. So,
Correct, yes.
I'm not sure wood would be appropriate with all of that metal. I think keeping it metal is probably a good idea. The panes of glass are just simulated, or that's just something that's tacked on. It's not, they're not true divided panes, correct?
That's right.
Yeah, and those are integral to the glass. That is inside 2 layers of glass, that divided light application that's there currently.
Yeah, that's really not anything we would typically approve. So this was probably put in without any approvals is my guess. But nonetheless, is there any way that you could just push the door back underneath the transom instead of bringing the transom out?
Well, the shelf would still be there, and the shelf is the problem.
Right, as you can see.
Catches the water. It's the detail.
Yeah, as you can see from the photos, that's what's created the problem and rusted out the header, is that shelf and having that shelf. And I think if you go back to the original photo, back in the 1920 photo you had, it looks like that, you know, in that original photo you had, it looks like the transom was actually out closer to the face of the building to begin with.
The old picture?
Yes, the very old picture.
They
The
recessed back.
the 1920 picture that you had.
Yeah, we're bringing it up now. Well,
Is there any way to zoom, to do that with a tablet like this? It's so easy to.
okay, there it is, Val.
Yeah.
What happened to the screen?
There it is, Diane.
Yeah, so you
No,
can
I
see
guess what, something
that's
says
actually part,
community room has started screen sharing.
That
That's
is
all it
not the
says.
same door that you have.
Nope.
The pane size is different, the detail is different. That looks like true divided glass, where this door that you're replacing is a simulated divided metal door. So I think given the location, it's right in town, it's not gonna be appropriate to return it to this. You're gonna have to go back to something that's more true divided.
yeah, I can probably do a true divided light in lieu of what they have there currently, okay? Once again, you know, because of the existing conditions that were there, what we were trying to present to the board was, you know, we were trying to replace exactly what was there today rather than, and I understand your concerns about the historical nature and so forth. And
you don't wanna do
obviously,
it.
pardon?
I said, but you don't want to do it.
Okay,
no, I don't-
Anthony, we're gonna go around the board now and finish up comments. Connie?
Sure.
I appreciate that you're gonna keep the transom. I agree with Val about the door. If you could go to that divided door, I think that would be much more appropriate and just add to the look of it.
True divided
Yeah,
light.
Yeah.
Carrie?
I agree with that door assessment. I also think it would be so great to take the white shutters off these brick windows, because in that historic photo, it's such a nice profile, that subtle curve at the top of the windows, and the shutters are just silly on this building. Sorry to say, but get rid of them, there'd be less maintenance.
Don't even see that curve.
So see, Diane went and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, my
Can you-
comments are that,
Abby.
so hold on, Diane. Did you have something to say? I was just gonna say my comments.
No, they've got to open up my screen. I see nothing. It's a black screen. What is the point of me sitting here for all night long? Somebody better run it.
This is, it's different proportions to those.
Yeah, they should just replicate that door.
Yeah.
Okay, we're working on that, Diane.
Now I see you all. There it
You
goes
don't
back
see the
again.
photograph
Okay.
of the old building?
Oh, not now. I did, but then this community room has started screen sharing, came up, and that's it.
Okay, well, Diane, for right now, I'm just gonna finish my comments. I think we're all in agreement
Yeah, I'm
about this
sorry.
going back to a wooden door with true divided lights and moving that transom forward. Is that the consensus?
Yeah, and I think that this is a 9-light door that's made to look like a 12-light door by adding panes to it, where the proportions of the real door, the older door, was significantly different. The panels at the bottom were lower, the panes were a different size. So I think going back to that is better, and wood doesn't rust.
Right. Okay, so do I hear a motion?
That's my motion.
What's your
Wooden
motion,
door.
Diane? Wooden door.
Move the transom.
Move the transom forward.
Move the transom forward, and the lights, a 9-light door, a TDL 9-light door.
No, 12.
12 light on the vertical.
12 like the historic picture. Okay, on Val's motion.
What about removing the shutters? Does that anybody?
It's not
like
on the
that idea?
application.
It was just my suggestion.
It was just a suggestion if they, yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
that's my motion, the other one.
Okay, Diane, thank you for that motion. Val?
I'm good with a 12-light door to match the historic door. Yes, wood.
Okay,
Wood,
thank you.
yes.
Connie? Aye. Carrie?
Aye.
Abby? Aye. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
I got it?
Yep, we're done.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Anthony.
Okay. Next up is 126R Main Demo Garage. Linda Williams. Let's see, Jesse, you did not sit on the last
That's right, he's
application,
up.
right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so Jesse, you're on this one.
It's my
The
screen.
4 of us here.
I
plus
have
Diane.
heard this before.
No, that was
No, that was
126,
the,
the
that
main
was the
house.
front.
That was the front lot. This is the back lot.
But
No, this is the back lot, separate lot. That's the address that the assessors gave us.
That's a demo garage.
So it's not Carrie, it's,
Not Carrie, Jesse. Carrie just sat.
can Diane see stuff
Right here.
at this point?
Diane, how's, can you
No.
see the screen? No?
Then I need Carrie.
No, it's the same thing. It hasn't changed.
I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
We're asking. for
Diane,
Carrie.
we might, Carrie, can you sit on this?
Sure.
We have to work out the technical difficulties, so Carrie's going to be on this one.
Okay.
is the technical difficulty
Well,
on it?
No, I don't think so. I think it's on
she
what
has
she's got, the
troubles with
setting
her
at home.
bandwidth, honestly.
It's the setting on her laptop
Because
thing.
I can see what everybody's seeing on.
it's not a setting on my laptop. It's in the office there.
Yeah, Diane, I think it has to do with your bandwidth, your ability to get information.
It will usually tell you that it's unstable, but I don't know
Yeah,
if she's had that
It says
already.
it on mine, it flashes up on the screen
Yeah.
every now and again. When I'm broadcasting from Anchorage.
Not mine. It's
Alaska?
Yeah,
Okay.
that place.
Everybody
Okay, so
together
here
on
we
the-
are, 126R Main, just, this one's more for Terry than anybody else. Val, Abby, Jesse, myself, and Carrie. That's the board. Okay, let's go.
Fairly simple. It's a subdivided lot. It's an oversized lot. Whether this garage is allowed to be demolished or not, anybody has a right to build a house in the back. But we're not going forward with the next one, the house on the next one at this time, until we figure out what we're doing with this one. But it isn't going to stop a structure from going back there. So if the reasons why they don't want this out is to stop a structure, it's not going to have any impact at all. This structure was built somewhere between 1915 and 1923. It does not show on a Sanborn map as this structure, which was built for a car, not a horse. So it's never had, the carriage doors. It's never been fluffy. It's been a car garage. It's got a slab foundation. It's got some milled wood in there. It's sitting on the ground. It's rotting on the ground at the moment. And it's covered with ivy, and as everybody knows who's dealt with ivy of this proportion, it tends to rot the structure. And I've taken a lot of pictures of it, particularly the backside of it. I gave you the 4181L material that was included in the original subdivision for the planning board and given you the highlights of it. It was listed as contributing in the 1989 surveys because it was clearly older than 50 years. And you can see it on the 1938 aerial. The 1923 is this structure, this orientation, this size. It shows up again unchanged in 1949, Sanborn maps as well. I don't have much to say about it, except that we'd like to demolish it. It's not an architecturally significant structure. It has no particular architectural style, as town council has repeatedly stated to the HDC that using the 50-year rule solely is not appropriate, can be challenged, and usually the HDC will lose because it doesn't have anything that's unique about it, except that it's a car garage of a gable style with an extended back end. So I don't see any mitigating factors on this, except that it's reminiscent of the older structures that were carriage houses. I can pull in, if it's not approved tonight, I can pull in all the other ancillary structures that this board has allowed to be demolished. 21 Pleasant Street is one, because I did that one. There's one, I believe, over on, not Bloom, but one of the streets coming up from Main Street on the left that was a barn that the HDC allowed to be demolished, and a 2-story guest cottage was constructed. So this has been not atypical of the position that the HDC has taken in the past, where these structures don't have any significant architectural. Might be nice to have these outbuildings, but it has no significant architectural features on it. It's got an overhead door. It's got windows that are not in great shape either, but you can see from the back of it that this thing is disintegrated in the backside. And the ivy has not done it any favors, let's put it that way. Roof is not secure. In that rain the other day, it was pouring into the building. So I will leave the actual construction of this thing up to Chip, who is the owner, builder on this site.
Not a whole lot to say about it other than
Ray,
the fact, not a whole lot to say about it other than the fact from a construction perspective that it's dilapidated, that is rotten through, and there is no real method for reconstructing it short of taking it down. You can stand inside, see through to the outside. Standing in there in the rain the other day, I was getting rained on. It's rotten through and through. And down to the foundation, the sill plate sitting on top of the foundation is rotten. From a construction perspective, how do you replace the sill plate without demolishing the walls? And while the overhead door is now remains about half of an overhead door because it's rotten through and through. Linda spoke to the historical, architectural part, significance or insignificance of it. Yeah, in my opinion, the ivy that's grown over the top of it is more valuable than the structure itself. Take the ivy down, the structure might fall down. That's about all I have to say from a construction perspective.
Okay, Chip, thank you. Holly, you ready?
Ray,
Yes,
Ray,
yes.
my picture, my tablet is open. I have the picture and everything. The screen sharing thing is not here.
The what?
I said I have the pictures that you have put up. My screen shows me what you're talking about. Okay?
Did you just say the screen?
She's tuned in.
Okay. Have you been since the beginning of the discussion?
Yes.
Okay, it didn't
Of
sound
course
that
I
way.
have.
No, not of course you have. It didn't sound that way at all 5 minutes ago. Okay, so the board, again, Terry, or
Right.
let's just say modified, Val, Abby, Jesse, Diane, and me. Okay. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, there is an HDC survey on file for this circa 1915 garage. It is available on Macris, and it does indicate its significance from transportation perspective. And I would want to just, mention that it would be sad, obviously, to lose another contributing outbuilding from our historic streetscape of Main Street. They seem to be, not just Main Street, but I think just in general, this era seem to be going by the wayside, which is unfortunate. But I want to notate that HDC survey, which is available on Macris with the Massachusetts Cultural Resource Information System, does indicate that it's part of, a transportation perspective. So one could look at.
What does that mean?
Well, it's
transportation.
They indicate. All they do is just they indicate what part of type of architecture it could be significant towards.
Garages are generally listed
As transportation, right?
Okay,
But
got it.
I only say that and hearken on that and the fact that looking back at cars and vehicles in general coming in Nantucket, when was that? About that time frame. So that was my only
Okay.
point on that. But I did want to mention for the record, one, that it would obviously, it would be nice to see it restored, understanding, but nonetheless, maybe some more documentation on it. We do have comments from HSAG. This building dates back to 1915 and should be preserved. It would be helpful to know how old the framing is. Understanding structures have been added onto over time. I do have some comments from NPT specifically on the garage itself. The demolition of the garage at 126 Main Street, now number 126R Main Street, should be permitted. The garage was constructed circa 1915 as a contributing structure to the Nantucket National Historic Landmark District. According to Building with Nantucket in Mind, quote, plucking out a single building may cut a noticeable and hole in the historic fabric of the island's architecture. The loss of outbuildings from the streetscape diminishes the historic appearance of the island. Mary Bergman, NPT. And then I did want to, over time, we've received comments from abutters for the 126 project. I think you've received them all. About specifically the garage in general, and that you should have them in your pack or your information in the file, as well as some photographs, I believe, that were provided of additional garages along Main Street. And I think that would be it. I do believe you have a couple hands up in the queue. Those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Hillary.
Yes, good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. I agree with the comments from NPT and from Holly about this being an interesting structure that should be allowed to remain. I think that the structure is vernacular, and there are a lot of interesting vernacular buildings that don't have a style. That doesn't make them less interesting and important to our historic district. And seeing what the idea of a garage was at a time when it's actually even legal on Nantucket is pretty interesting to me, and I think it should be well regarded. I also want to point out that this is a 4181L division, which means that the division could only happen because this garage was considered a substantial building that that was persisting since before 1955. And so, you could debate if it was a substantial building or not, but it seems like the applicant is saying that it's a substantial building that justifies a division, and then that it's an unimportant, insubstantial, and falling down structure that should, now that we've made the division, be dispensed with. My last comment is that this is part of—
Hillary, can I just say something about the substantial part?
Yes.
Substantial simply means its size. It has nothing to do with how consequential it is to architectural history or anything like that. It only has to do with its size.
Yeah,
but continue.
Right. I'm sorry, Ray. I'm commenting on the fact that that they're saying that it's substantially falling down at this point, whereas before it was substantial to merit a subdivision, and now they're—
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my last point is that I think— I actually have two quick last points. One, I think that the HDC should be very wary of permitting a demolition on a lot without knowing the plan for building, especially when the lot could be being cleared for transfer to a new buyer and to be sold as a vacant lot, because you might be forestalling the ability to have that building be saved and repurposed by a new owner that might want it. So that's a concern. The second thing is that this is part of a very complex application that is moving a lot of things around. We have a building going in, potentially eventually going in the back. It doesn't even have 12 feet of access to it. I don't know how you get emergency vehicles back there. We have a building that is being asked to be moved 2 feet, that is a contributing structure with a significant foundation with a historic patina from the 18th century, that should not be allowed to be moved. We have a circular drive that is being proposed for the side yard and a curb cut. You might ultimately decide that that's inappropriate, and then what will you do with this driveway and this garage? So I guess I'd like to request that the board consider a special meeting to take all of these different points together, so that a wise decision for the benefit of the neighborhood and the historic district can be made, considering everything. We don't want to be, backed into a corner because we didn't have the whole view of the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. Yeah, no, I got it. Had nothing to do with— Understood. Thank you, Linda. Anybody over here want to— anybody in the— oh, sorry. Yes. There you go.
Okay.
Right.
So finally, you've seen me for a few weeks, but can you hear me?
Yeah,
Is this
you're
on?
live.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So I'm Andrea Bradford. My family, we have a home at 128 Main Street. We've had for 3 generations. And my husband was here last week, but he couldn't be here, so here I am. So we're here to request that the HDC please deny the demolition of this over 100-year-old structure. It is salt box style. It does have some historic quality to it. It is part of the old time streetscape, and I sent an example of that Holly mentioned, and you've probably all seen the other Upper Main Street houses that have the little garage next to them. Did everyone have a chance to see that?
She sent that
Who's
around.
here?
Yeah.
You've seen it, so I don't have to go over that. Yeah. Okay, good. So, we've noticed since purchasing the property at 126 and 126R Main Street, the developer has done no visible maintenance on the historic Salt Box garage. And I mean, I understand why they want to tear it down, but despite ripping out almost all of the trees and shrubs from the property, leaving it a barren construction site, highly visible from Main Street, Vestal Street, and Bloom Street, they still kept the overgrown ivy on the old 100-year-old garage because to make it look that much worse. And we sent a photo of the garage from the side view, and it really is Salt Box style if you take a careful look at it. So I think it's worth considering, further. Okay, so as was stated before, Nantucket's small historic buildings are in jeopardy. The HDC has the mission and power to protect them from demolition. This antique Salt Box style outbuilding should be preserved as its scale, history, and setting are all important elements of the traditional streetscape of Upper Maine. And this building can be clearly viewed from Main Street, Vestal Street, and Bloom Street, all within our town's old historic district. To summarize, we ask the HDC to deny this demolition for the following reasons. Number one, the structure has become an important part of the historical context and streetscape of the area. The design of the structure is sensitive to the architectural designs of the early 1900s. Two, this building is considered contributing by the National Historic Land Bank status of Nantucket. Three, the structure is significant due to its setting and impact on the streetscape. And number four, the loss of small structures, particularly in the core district, is changing the streetscape. One more, the removal of this ancillary built structure would permanently and detrimentally alter a beloved streetscape in our old historic district, as well as the historic character of the neighborhood. So I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Very much.
Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sarah Alger, I represent another abutter at 124 Main Street. We agree with our neighbor. First of all, we don't believe that the HDC should be hearing piecemeal applications. You should be able to see everything that's going to happen on this lot as one application or applications heard together. You may recall in the North Liberty Street case, the court actually found that having a developer present his development goal in a piecemeal fashion is not a feasible or appropriate way for a city or town to thoughtfully address development considerations and their impact on the public's interests. We agree with that and feel that you should know what's going in the place of this structure before you agree to its demolition. Second of all, for the applicant to say that this structure can't be somehow fixed or renovated or rebuilt, I think is disingenuous. I think if they wanted this structure, they would be finding a creative way to keep it. They shouldn't be able to use the fact that they haven't maintained it as a reason for its demolition. This garage is over 100 years old. It's a contributing structure to the district. It dates back to the introduction of automobiles on the island. It was built just about the same time that automobiles were first brought to the island. So it's significant in that respect. And I think that's part of what is being gotten to in the survey when it references transportation. So it's an intrinsically historic structure, is visible from a variety of streets, primarily Main Street. It's a contributing structure in Main Street, the most important and historic street on the island, arguably. I think also the HDC in the past has recognized the importance of outbuildings, particularly within the core, and the importance of maintaining those outbuildings. I remember you not allowing the demolition of a garage on Mill Street, specifically because these outbuildings tell the story of Nantucket. They're vanishing little by little, and we have to take that into account and not allow for their demolition. The HDC has the authority not to allow demolition by neglect, and when people allow their properties to fall into disrepair, they shouldn't be rewarded by this commission allowing them to do a demolition. So I would ask that this application be denied and that the garage be renovated and retained exactly where it is as an important part of the Main Street streetscape. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Very quickly.
These comments
very
about
quickly.
the owners allowing it to be demoed by neglect are
I'm
ridiculous.
going to address that.
We just bought the
I'm
thing, and we
going to-
bought it the way it is.
Okay, so you can answer the question that I was going to ask anyway.
That's
Can you tell me
ridiculous.
when it was purchased?
Beginning of the year?
Not 5 years ago.
No.
Okay.
We bought it exactly the way it is, and because we haven't touched
The
it, we didn't want to
beginning
take
of this
the
year.
ivy off it because we didn't know whether it was going to fall down or not.
2021. Okay.
There's no
Very-
maintenance to be done on it.
Okay, got it. All right. Okay, that's it. It's to the board. Actually, we already got you.
May I say something?
All right, like seriously, sure. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Mary Bergman, Nantucket Preservation Trust. I just want to point out that there is a listing for this on the market. The last line of the listing is the pre-existing garage building on the lot is pending approval for removal, relocation on the premises or demolition. This is the first time we're hearing it. So I think that's just really important that you should know that your body, the HDC, it's like a fait accompli. And I don't know.
So Mary, what you just read was an ad for the subdivided lot?
Yeah, for 126R. Yeah.
With
So-
the garage being
Yeah,
removed.
yeah.
Gotcha.
So I
Okay.
think you should get to make your own decisions,
Yeah,
essentially.
thank you, Mary. Did somebody say there was somebody else on Zoom?
Yes, I am.
All right, really quickly.
Yeah. My name's Bob Gillespie. I'm budding on from Vestal Street, right behind. The garage is a significant issue, but the other issues on one, just having the residents in the back, I think you need to look at all of these together, not doing piecemeal. You do it piecemeal, you won't see the significance. I think what you need to do is combine all these and look at it as one whole picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now it's definitely going to the board. All right, who wants to start?
I can.
Thank you, Jesse.
I'll start.
Jesse's beat you to the punch. You'll be next.
So anyways, after listening to the board, not the board, the staff and the abutters, I feel the concern and understand where the concerns, but the one thing that I would disagree about is that the only thing that can be done to this building is be demolished. If you sneeze on this, it's going to fall down. That doesn't mean it can't be replaced in the same as it is now. But I think that also that this property needs to be studied well before making any decisions on how we move forward with this application. So from what I understand, there is a lot of moving parts here, and I think we need to understand those. So I would be holding for more information on what else that we need to learn about on these properties.
Okay, Jesse, thanks so much. Who's next? Oh, Diane, you're next.
My opinion would be to get an independent engineer that was not paid for by the applicants, saying that the building, what the building is, what it can be done, what's its condition. I don't think we should be ripping down over 100-year-old building to build a modern one in the back and destroy a lot that has already partially been destroyed by removing old vegetation which surrounded both buildings and were part of the streetscape, which we fight so hard to maintain. Excuse me. And I would want to see a revision, and at the moment I would not approve a removal of this building.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, this idea of is floating by us, that it be taken, the whole site be taken as a whole, and I think that's a good idea, because there are a lot of moving parts. But I just want to say that I do think it's part of streetscape. I do think it could be renovated, although it looks like it's in really bad shape. But the old salt box shape, and I do believe that these secondary, tertiary buildings are disappearing, and I think we're losing some of our history here by getting rid of them, even if it looks obvious. Thank you.
Thank you. Val?
I think it's unfortunate that the paradigm of these subdivided properties keep getting argued at the HDC level.
Yeah.
It's not in our jurisdiction, but it's an unfortunate state subdivision regulation that really needs to be changed, because what happens is it creates lots that are an anomaly. The simplicity and rhythm of very quiet buildings sitting side by side and fostering the sense of place in the neighborhood is going to be lost, because you have a quirky lot that then requires a quirky house. And I think it's a really unfortunate circumstance. I would advocate to keep, if the building is beyond repair, then to rebuild it exactly the way it is.
Okay, thank you. That was everybody except me, right? Okay, so a few things I just want to mention on this. So if the house was purchased in 2021, I think that the things that I'm looking at in these photographs clearly predate 2021 by 10 or more years. You know, the south elevation is completely rotted away. The eaves completely gone on half of the building. The ivy covers 3/4 of the roof. Then on the south elevation, you have a windowsill that's non-existent, you know, that you could put your finger right through. Again, the ivy is, my point in all this is that the building is in a state of disrepair. It was not in a good state of repair, I can't imagine, 1 year ago. So to do maintenance work on a building like this would be kind of futile. I know it's not required to take photographs of the entire inside of a building, but I think that it would certainly be able to give us a better idea of the real condition of it, because maybe the rot is superficial. Maybe it's just on the outside. I don't think so, but I'd certainly like to see what the interior looks like.
I think
So-
the neighbor sent us pictures
Of the,
Those are the pictures that I put in that they then put in. Because they had taken pictures from the inside, they were going to remove the front.
yeah, exactly.
So we put pictures in from the inside.
They're not in here. Anyway, to Sarah's point about fixing, renovating, or rebuilding, I don't think it's possible to fix this building. I don't think it's possible to renovate this building. I think you could rebuild it, but it would be a new building. So where that all stands in terms of the historic nature of the building. I agree with Val, actually, pretty sure I agree with everybody in the room that 4181L has been the bane of certainly the HTC's existence. I think a lot of other entities as well, including the neighbors and the neighborhood. Having said that, this lot has already been subdivided, right? Okay, so, yeah, so, okay, hang on.
They're separate names.
Let's just pretend for a moment that they're owned by two different people. They're two different lots. I think it's fair to be able to ask to see what's happening on one of the lots because it's a separate lot, see what's happening on one lot as opposed to what's happening on another lot. But to take the whole thing as a complex, I'm not sure we can actually legally do that because it could be
We
owned by
haven't
John
approved
Smith
the front
and
house
Joe.
moving either.
What?
We haven't approved the front house moving over either.
Well, it doesn't need to move. I mean, the subdivision of this property was not contingent on that. Anyway, so I want more information about the building. I want to see what the inside of it looks like.
Mr. Chair,
Who's that?
Hi, it's Hillary. I just want to let you know, I just emailed to Holly photos of the inside of the building that were included in the planning board application for the 4181L subdivision.
Yeah.
So those are available as part of the public record.
And they are available in the file.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
I just wanted to make one point on the 4181L that it's state law. It's nothing to do with
Oh, yeah,
Nantucket.
no, I know.
Okay, I just, and state law, trying to change it, subdivision control,
Dude,
yeah.
listen,
It's-
I've
has
been
not
down this
been
road
in many
50
years.
times, and no, it'd be like saying that we're allowed. We've decided that Nantucket we're allowed to go 90 miles an hour on Milestone Road. We don't care what the rest of the state does, but we can go 90. So, can I have a motion of some kind on this? Hold for more.
We say hold for more information.
I think you guys had the same motion going. Jesse's motion is hold for more information, and I hope that part of that would be yeah. I mean,
Linda says we can't, so I guess it's not part of
no, I'm actually agree. I don't like to agree with Linda, but they're two separate lots. It's like saying that we won't approve your house on this lot until we see what you're.
Not the second one on this one, no. You've seen 126
Okay.
8 times.
Listen, let's just hold for more information. Otherwise, we'll be here till 11 o'clock. Okay, so Jesse made the motion, right? Jesse, your motion was to hold for more information, correct?
Hold for more
Okay, very good. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. And Jesse on your motion. And I'm in favor too. Thank you. Yeah, we already got that. Thank you. You guys knew that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you wanted to stick around for the demo. We already closed out the application. Okay, so, hey, 15 Pleasant.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think you're gonna get to my 47 Road Street, and I have a migraine from all this, I'm going home.
Oh, come on. Shut her
Well,
up.
I'm gonna see whether somebody can sit. Abby, can you chair 15 Pleasant?
Sure.
Thank you.
Cold pizza up there.
I know.
Let's see.
Uh,
I want to get more associates.
So, I think it was Jesse was on.
Jesse was on it,
Back over
so,
Connie.
yeah, so it'd be,
Connie and, Karen.
well, I think you only
Diane's
need
here
one.
too, so-
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, you're right. With Diane.
Yeah.
Val, Abby, Diane, Carrie, Connie. Yeah.
Super duper. I wonder if they
Very pleasant. That's very
We didn't approve the change.
Oh, could be. I mean, and rebuilt,
Yeah,
but
it's non-conforming, it's on the property. Right, but it's a garage.
no, but I actually don't think they're relying on that for the driveway access.
Yeah, it's subdivided that way.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was looking, I was subdividing.
Yeah. The other way,
Exactly.
the other side.
Although I think there might be a tree issue there. I think there's a big old tree there.
But why not incorporate a garage into the,
Okay, so Abby, if you don't mind.
Okay, if you don't mind.
Where's Noah?
Is her mic on?
Up there.
Mike is Laura Patrick.
Oh, okay. Mike. Hi, Mike.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, I guess, Madam Chair, at this point. Mike Tartamella for Patrick Ahern, architect, in front of you for Very Pleasant LLC, 15 Pleasant Street. We have, I think, two applications here. I'm not sure which, I can share my screen, or if you'd like to continue to share what you have up. I'm not sure what you're putting up, if it's for the hardscape or for the
Garage.
So we're doing the garage first?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the proposal for the garage before you is for a new one-car garage with a proposed exercise space to the rear. From Pleasant Street, there's currently a existing sort of shed. I can tell you that shed was more recently built in 2012. I think some of the comments that we received prior to the meeting, which generated the drawings that are in front of you now, had asked a question about the history of that structure, and that was actually built. I consulted with the builder, and it was built in roughly about 2012. So the building that we're proposing to put in its place is a one-car garage, as I said, with a gymnasium or workout exercise room behind. All of the exterior detailing of the structure will match the existing house, and we've intentionally kept the roof going from front to back, from Pleasant to the east to the rear of the property, in order to minimize the scale and also complement the roof direction of the existing structure at 15 Pleasant. We did revise the garage doors in this scheme to be a little bit more consistent with what you would find in the village, having less glass and a little bit more simple design. In this rendition that you're seeing here, the composite, you can kind of see the missing piece to the right, where we were just talking about structures and sort of conveying a little bit of implied history of the transportation era on the island and in the village. And this also goes part and parcel to the other work that we're proposing on the property, which we'll present to you shortly. I'd also like to just point out, before we move on, I just wanted to point out the fencing that's shown here now. You can see in the photographs is all existing to remain. We're not proposing any new fencing. There was a question that came across, comment that any fencing should be more representative of the village. We weren't proposing any new fencing in our application, but we're also happy to address what's there if the board felt they'd like us to.
Thank you, Mike. Holly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, I was able to provide comments prior to for the applicant. So that's what he's referring to. Thank you, Mike. I did have comments on the age of the structure. So glad to hear that this is a contemporary structure on this 155 square foot existing structure. I did ask, what part of the existing structure will stay, be demolished. I said the proposed garage didn't work with the existing typical Nantucket main, and it should be simpler like the existing structure. Glad to see that that's been simplified to accommodate obviously their proposed program. And I did mention that the lights within the garage were atypical and to keep as batten. So I do like the proposal. I think that's more in keeping. However, not sure if we have any type of it looks like it's a batten door with what, 4x4 lights in each door. I can't really see that from here.
Yeah, if you zoom in on it, you can probably make that out. Sorry. Helen.
So that's okay. So that is a little bit better. Maybe it can be more refined with the commission's consideration. And then I do have comments that I did provide from HSAG, where again, the changes have been reflected, but here are their comments. The main house is very simple, trim detailing with plank frame windows. The trim style and details should be simplified to match the very simpler detail of the main house. The proposed trim for the garage should be simplified to relate to that on the main house. Similarly, the garage doors should also be simplified to batten doors facing Pleasant Street. So again, it has been simplified. I will question, it seems that the roof itself seems a little steep, but maybe it's just how the drawings are rendering. So I question what that pitch is. But other than that, thank you for the simplification. Those are comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Board members.
Is he running the screen? No. Can you see the sign?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Thank you.
Happy to, if you'd like me to. Or...
Do you have this?
Do we have a site plan?
No, this.
Yes, they're in the sets.
Different than what I.
Mike, if you'd like to share, you're more than welcome to.
Oh, okay. I can switch over here real quick and share.
This must be I'm so thirsty now.
Okay, can you see my screen at this point?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Okay, great. I can take you through. So the site plan, which you were asking about, I can zoom out of this here and just give you a full perspective on the property. This is the proposed site plan. So the existing house that's here, which come to find was actually added to more recently, about 10 years ago as well. This piece in the middle was more contemporary, where these two additions were cut off and moved to the east. So the current shed sits here. The proposed new structure sits in its place, with the front wall being exactly in line with where the existing shed is right now. The fence that's existing is currently right here. And then the porch with, there's a little bit of a hedge here that goes across the porch. So this area is pretty well screened from the public way. All of the sort of expansion on this structure moves towards the east, which is towards the back of the property. And there's a pretty good lawn in the back of the property here to the east. This is a little bit more of a rendered site plan and also part of the hardscape application, which hopefully we'll get to shortly here. But this gives you a little bit of an idea of the layout of the garage in a site plan context.
Thank you, Mike.
Sure.
Okay, Val, did that answer your question?
Yeah, I just wanted, I didn't have that.
Oh, you didn't have
looking
that?
at this online.
You can have
so
that. You can have mine.
I appreciate the simplifications a lot. And I'm wondering if you could maybe take the dormers off and make it even simpler, because the main building is so simple. It doesn't have any dormers. And they're just, they're not really doing anything. Maybe a little light in the space there, but.
Yeah, happy to do that if that's what you'd like. Sure.
Mike, we're going to just go through the board now and just take a couple of notes and then we can discuss at the end.
And that's just me. But I do appreciate the simpler version a lot. And I think I would just ask that, would we ask him to do plank framed windows like the houses?
Yeah, yes, we will.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Connie.
I'm just wondering about the west elevation, that, is it the bay window or in the back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that kind of typical, or it just looks a little?
No, it's not.
Yeah, it looks a little odd to me. So that was my only question, other than, just probably, again, do we know the pitch of the roof?
The pitch of the roof, yeah. Do you know the pitch of that main
Yes.
mass?
We had listed it on here. I'm sorry, I can get that for you in 2 seconds here. If I know Isabella's listening with me. But the reason why that pitch, it's low right now, but the reason why it seems larger is we kept the large part of that rectangle actually goes from street inward. And so it's a 12/8 pitch right now. That actually goes inward, and that's the larger dimension of the garage depth. So that's why the roof looks a little bit steeper from the front, but it's quite shallow right now. It's about an 8 pitch.
Okay, thank you. What?
Where is the 12 pitch?
That's.
No, it's not.
Okay, so, but let's hear from Carrie. And then-
I don't really have anything to add. I'm glad you took away the big white fence on the right side of the garage as you're looking at it. I think most of the rest of the building won't be visible because of the existing fence and on the property. I'm okay with basically all of it.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
That west elevation, it bothers me a little bit with that sort of outcropping there. I don't know whether you see it or not. I was trying to, on the west elevation, you see the east elevation. So the west elevation is going into the property. Isn't that right, Mike?
Yeah, that would be the least visible elevation from Pleasant. That's totally in the property and from the backside. So we took the liberty of putting a little bit more glass on that side.
Well,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just, it's more complicated than the rest of the buildings. Rest of the garage and the gym and the rest of stuff. I think it's very nice. I agree with the little dormers going, and perhaps with a different concept of the glass on that west elevation. But if you can't see it from the street, then, and it's a good room inside, you think about it. But anyway, I think that's a very good job and very simple. And I don't have any problem with what I see now. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. And my comments are that I'm fine with it. So, what's the pleasure of the board?
I would motion to approve as is.
Well, let's try it. On Carrie's motion, Val?
Aye.
Connie? Aye. Okay, good. Diane?
Aye.
Aye, and I'm an aye. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Who's it? What do you mean there's another one?
He has hardscaping and then we can be done.
We do. We have the hardscaping if you would like to roll right into that, but I'll wait procedurally if you want to.
Yeah, we're just going to get some.
Did he hear Holly's comment about getting hard copies of the latest?
We got them.
Yeah, we FedEx those this morning.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, should we just keep those? Is it on the same, is it in the same?
No, it's different. I think this is probably going to end up being our last application.
Yeah, because my eyes are closing. That's a really nice
rays
house.
are definitely
That's a
improved.
really, did you see the telescoping on that main building?
Yeah.
It really
Isn't that nice?
telescoped. I know, but you rarely see that.
You mean the main house?
Yeah.
So just, it was actually really neat to learn that this piece in the middle was added. These two pieces were cut off and pulled back. I'm not sure if anyone remembers that on the commission, but we learned that in the process of developing the project
They
more
pulled it
recently.
apart and added the cream.
Yeah, they added the middle piece. So these two pieces in the back are original, and this piece in the middle is more contemporary.
It's done a few years ago. Yeah. I was 12 or something.
But it's very nicely done.
Yeah, beautiful.
Too bad all lots aren't long and skinny,
Well,
like the one on Main Street.
And I like the chimneys.
Madam Chair,
yes.
sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
The actual copies for the hardscape application we left on the office by mistake.
Well, it's right here on this.
Mike, can you share your,
screen share?
You can look on this.
I'm on screen share right now. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Can you show us
The hardscape, sure. I was just going to show you this image because I think it really captures the existing hardscape and shows you kind of the current condition. And our proposal really is to add additional hardscape in between the two structures now that we've just been approved for. This is the proposed hardscape, and the expansion here is this patio on the left side with a little sort of round sitting area out here for a fire pit feature. The hardscape is we really tried to maintain a soft edge up against the house and also the carriage house, and I think sort of establishes a sense of place between the two structures on the property, and we maintain a good amount of green space in the back part of the lot here.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike. That's good job. Holly, do you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just for the record, this is a circa 1801 Obed Macy house. Obviously, this is a significant structure within the OHD. Obviously, Obed Macy was one of Nantucket's earliest historians. Thank you for, I think, removing the 5-in-1 proposed atypical white fence that was there. Very not appropriate, so glad to see that is removed. I did mention that there seem to be lots of impervious surface, but I will say that the way it's been proposed here in this rendition, you're basically creating an outdoor space within both the structure and the recently just approved other structure. So that is encapsulated, retaining the, you're not spreading it out, so to speak. I'm glad to hear that the type 2 picket fence that it's existing is going to stay. Obviously, that's more appropriate and with obviously the historic district and with building with Nantucket in mind. So unless I'm missing something on these revisions, Mike, I have no further comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have
Holly.
a question.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
The images that are shown of the fence and then the drawing are different. The images have a lot more lattice at the top.
Yeah, I just want to stress to the board, we weren't proposing any change to what's there right now. We didn't want to touch the fences. What's there, our intent was to keep them. Let me see if I can get you some better. That's what's there.
Okay.
In our current application.
Oh, so
and we
it's
weren't
2 over.
proposing any changes to that.
Okay, that was my question, so thank you.
Sure.
Excellent. What about the rest of the hardscaping?
I don't think we're gonna see that.
Okay. All right. Connie, what do you think?
I don't really have any issue with this.
Yeah.
I think it looks nice.
Carrie?
Could I-
Ditto. We're all dittoing.
Could I
Diane?
point out one thing before you, not that I want to prevent you from taking a vote. I wasn't sure.
Will we approve you?
You just
No,
want to.
I wasn't sure where we stood with this, which is part and parcel to the project, but I know it's the main house. I didn't know where we stood, but we made these revisions as well, which were just to the 2 doors, which we basically replicated the door that was there and we left the height of that door. I didn't know where that stood in the context of the rest of this. I know that we showed just before, we're showing that old door here, that was all revised and we submitted that as well, but I didn't know where we stood in line with that.
Yeah, I think that
circumvent the hardscape decision.
that probably had to go in another application because
Okay.
we're not talking about the main house, but thank you for doing that because it looks really nice. So
I think it's very good, and maybe I would make a motion to accept as submitted the garage and gym.
Thank you, Diane, for that motion. On Diane's motion, Connie?
Aye, for the hardscape, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Carrie?
Hardscape, yes.
Valerina?
Hardscape, yes.
And Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
I think we're done.
Tori, I thought that you already did the windows at the life saving.
We did, we're back for a full board with more information from the managers of the museum. I think it's a quick conversation.
You guys, can we just do this last one under new business? Then we can round it out at 9 applications rather than 8 that we reviewed in 4.5 hours.
Victoria, you have
6 minutes?
3.5 minutes.
Okay.
Go.
Do you want to go first, Sally, or should I just jump in? So we're looking for like-kind replacement with the exception of going from TDL existing to SDL. We've been before you before. There's a couple reasons we're back. First and foremost is because we got organized and ended with a 3-person board due to John leaving and Steve already being on the board at the time, and then 1 person not missing a meeting. So with any respect to that, we're looking for a full board. Chuck Allard, the museum director, has submitted a letter, of which I have a copy for all of you, if you'd like to read it, on why the grant from the Mass Department of Culture and Tourism goal with the grant is to do physical upgrades to the building. And he speaks to the age of the building, with the original being closer to the 1970s and the majority of the building that you see here in the bubble all being a 2008 renovation. We're asking for Anderson's, which may or may not be your preference, but we are also open to the conversation of real wood windows with SDL interiors. The TDLs are exactly what they have and have deteriorated in an expedited fashion. And they're really looking to, as I have an email from Carlisle Jensen, the executive director, the Mass Office of Culture and Tourism funds were to support necessary physical upgrades to the museum. They applied with the knowledge that the current windows were not durable and had a short lifespan, necessitating the request to change. The Anderson windows are our best option. However, if they approve the wood SDL, I'm in favor of moving forward with the project. So the current approval for like-kind TDLs doesn't really solve the issue, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, I want to establish the board. Carrie, can you sit on this one? And Diane's still with us, right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, okay, yes, Holly, go.
Thank you. So for the record, this structure is on the NHL data as a circa 1960 contributing. It's a replica, obviously, of our famous the Surfside Life Saving Station that was built by Charles H. Robinson back in the 1860s. So of course, this is a replica, but it is contributing. I would be supportive the fact that it is a replica outside the OHD. It is adjacent to our harbor, that it is wood SDL. And that would allow them to obviously get this grant and be more secure within their program. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Holly. And I'm gonna just jump in on this, because a lot of these windows are like very atypical. You know, they got like a pyramidal top. Anderson is really not going to be able to do this the correct way. You could choose almost any other manufacturer, like Marvin being among them, that would be able to like basically do a custom cut that would look exactly like that. And my own personal view, and we'll see what the rest of the board thinks, is be fine to do it as insulated glass, but it should be a wood window, as to Holly's.
We have a
Anderson's with these,
proposal
like,
from
clad
Marvin.
windows. They have all these cut marks and everything, and I just don't think that it would look right in those apertures, because of their shape. What else does everyone else think about this
I
application?
totally agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think what it.
Yeah.
Best manufacturer.
Well, I would keep it generic. I would, so we don't get into troubles like identifying a brand, but we could say wood, wood simulated divided light windows.
Much appreciated. And we do have certain favorable companies that we have
there's a
proposals
dozen-
from.
Yeah.
That's my motion.
Okay, so Abby has made the motion to approve the windows, replacement windows as wood simulated divided light. On
Thank you
that
very much.
motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Carrie,
Aye.
very good. Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor, motion carries. All right, so we got one more. Thanks,
Thank you very much.
Tori. Yeah, and
Minutes?
minutes.
No, you have no minutes.
We got no minutes. We got plenty of
Mo-
hours.
motion to adjourn.
Yeah, okay, there we go. All right.
Aye.
On Abby's motion, Val,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
very good. Connie,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Just a little quick reminder, next week we have